Hey everyone, thanks for joining me. I am Neostash. And this episode I wanted to do things a little different than the last one. If you guys haven't seen my last PS2 collection showcase video, I'll put a link to it around here somewhere, or maybe around here somewhere, or around here, both places, who knows. So I realized one thing while doing that video last time. I realized that I only reviewed or only showed off about 30 games for my entire PS2 collection. It's like about 240 something nowadays, and I realized it was going to take me forever. So I thought, let me redo it. Different kind of format. I'm going to call this version my PS2 collection Express Edition. I'm going to show it off as fast as I can, chime in on stuff where I really have some really cool memories about from being a kid, playing it back then. But I just realized, damn, that video took me forever to make. Capturing the footage, capturing the box, capturing opening it up, capturing the manual, capturing the freaking audio. It took way too long. So I thought this time, I'm just gonna keep it cool, keep it easy, keep it breezy, keep it casual. We're gonna kick it right off. This is completely in alphabetical order. I don't even know how I did it the first time. I think I just did it by file name, and however I named those videos in my last video. However I named those files of the captured footage was just the way I went. So this way, at least, I just took it literally off my shelf, put it right over here on my desk. It's actually a big stack. Oh, it's just right off the screen. Whatever, it's fine. Anyways, already gone off into a huge tangent. So first and foremost, we're gonna get through this. This is the .hack GU collection. This is not the OG one. I do have that. Maybe I have that. I have volumes 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I don't think I think I've tried playing these. And for whatever reason, the GU series, or whatever these are called, just didn't, I just couldn't really get into it. I don't know why. But I wanted to have the complete collection. I was able to pick these up. I think these are pretty cheap these days. And I'll put I guess a little counter or something. You know, one of my first videos I ever did, I did a video about finding cheap PS5 games on Amazon, less than $20 that were brand new. And if I remember correctly, I think people liked showing how much I paid. I did some screenshots of my cart and how much I paid and all that. So I'll do the same thing. All right, let's do this in order. Let's do this nice and clean. We have .hack GU Volume 1, Rebirth. .hack GU Volume 2, Reminisce. .hack GU Volume 3, Redemption. Now, don't even ask me what GU stands for, as I have no idea. But like I said, I got it to complete the collection. If you look at the side here, I'll show it on this camera. Puts a little, I'm guessing it's somebody important. Don't shoot me. I really just picked these 3 up because, well, you'll see why next. Just to complete the entire collection. Let's see if I can put these back in the right order. Then we have the Motherload. Now, these I have personal memories of playing. I have to say, I don't think I've played these guys at least in the last 10 years. Well, no, let me rephrase that. I haven't beaten these games in the last 10 years, but I have. Every once in a while I'll walk by the shelf and I'll see it and I'll be like, yeah, I could do about 20-30 minutes on this. So let's just run through this real quick. Some of these are from, whatever, I'll just go into it. So I have the .hack Infection. This is the first volume. Damn, I didn't open up the other ones. I don't know if you guys care, but I'm a sucker for the full beauty, the full glory of what's included in these games. This is back, and I probably said this in a few of my other episodes, this is back when they really fill this stuff up with some great art, cover manuals, great cover art, great manuals. I'm talking complete, look at this. You see this? This is, imagine finding this today. I think that's called the deluxe edition or the collector's edition, where you get, all the stuff that literally came standard. This is a standard. I don't think this is anything crazy. And This might be my one from when I was a teenager. I don't remember. Some of these I've had since I was a teenager. Some of these I picked up along the way over the last 20, 30 years or whatever. But look at this. It comes with 2 discs. It comes with the actual DVD and the game. And it's like, this is literally like, today's version would be like some crazy collector's edition. So that's Dot Hack Infection. There you go. Next up, after Dot Hack Infection, we have part 2. These are all out of order. I don't know how I took them off the shelf. I must be dyslexic or signs of it. This is number 2, Mutation. This one, I believe, is my original copy. I'm pretty sure it's my original copy. I'm trying to see if I have any cheat codes in here from. I guess not. But just like the first one, it's got 2 discs bonus. One of my cats is going insane over here on my left. Yeah, so that's the cover of this guy. Throw it up on this camera for a second. So I'm also doing one more thing I don't normally do, and I have literally cameras like all over the place here. I'm trying to figure out how can I best capture this footage so you guys can see it. You know, if a lot of you guys don't have this stuff and you just want to check it out, or a lot of you guys do have this stuff and you just want to reminisce with me, I'm trying to give it the best, coverage, I guess. So I got a camera down here, which I'm probably, if you're watching this, which thank you for watching this. I'm going probably back and forth with trying to figure out how to show both me and this and the games over here. I got this crazy camera, and I wish I could connect it to OBS. If you guys know how to connect it to the DJI Pocket 2, I chat GPT'd it, I watch videos on YouTube, everybody just plugs it in. Camera, accept, boom, yes. And then I just cannot find this in OBS. I've tried every single source. I don't even know. I guess it's growing pains, right? But anyway, so that's 1 and 2. Let's get out number 3, which is Outbreak. There it is. We got some Outbreak here. I'll show it on this one. We'll put it on this one. I'll put it like this. I guess I probably should do it like this. I'm not even sure how this is going to come out, upside down or right side up. Let's just keep everything like this. This way I won't mess up my whole brain. So that's 3, 1, 2, and 3. And then we have part 4, Quarantine. I don't even know why this is so expensive. This is actually not my favorite of the 4. And I think this one is also my personal one because I don't see any stickers or anything on here. Usually if there's a sticker on the game, like these 2, so these 2 I probably bought on eBay or Fleabay or some, just in case. So if the games usually have like these price stickers that say used, most likely, and if it's a PS2 game, most likely I probably bought this on eBay because I know me, and especially back then. If I would have bought these games back then, I definitely would have taken those stickers. I would have bought a brand new. Can you get out of this bag? Sorry, one of my cats is just going bananas. Okay, so anyway, so you can see these 2 don't have the sticker. I'm pretty sure that these are mine. And I could tell because I try to keep immaculate, what do you call that? I try to keep my games in immaculate condition. So this is pretty clean. I'm pretty sure this is mine. We're still, this is dragging on. But as you can see, like, coming up, there are a few games in this stack over here where they're not in the best of quality, and that's not for me. I personally take care of my stuff, so I know pretty familiar with which one is my original copy versus something I picked up for the cheap. Which, by the way, I'm extremely cheap, so you're not going to see, unfortunately, any crazy price games, just because as much as I love these games, I don't want to, I don't think you should need to. It just doesn't, for me personally, it doesn't justify paying crazy pricing, to play these games. So if it's too much, I'll just watch videos on YouTube about it. Okay, so let's put these all in order so that when I put this over there... Oh, this also has a really cool... I think that's why I had it on the shelf this way. This also has a pretty cool spine art here. I think I forgot to tell you guys... my favorite of all of them, believe it or not, is not 4. It's tough. It's tough. It's either between 1 or 2 because 1 was the first one, so it's like the one I have the most memory of. And you know, it's like the sequels for most movies back then, or most things in the 90s. The sequels are generally pretty good. In my you know, I feel like the sequels kind of like put everything like Predator 2 or Terminator 2 or Aliens or Alien 2, however you want to remember it as. I've always felt like the second one was just a little bit better because it captures what the first one did right when it does a good job. And it kind of builds on it. It kind of shows you behind the scenes and behind the curtain, if you will. And I feel like part 2 is my favorite on the Dot Hack collection. But let me know what you guys think, because I frequent the Reddit, and it's just like kind of like all over the place. I never know if people like are into the fourth part because it's the rarest one or the most expensive one or just a flex on it. I never really know if it's, well, for me anyway, and I'm already going long-winded on this, is the second one. We'll just keep it easy. Spine art, let's put these guys over here. Alright, now we're definitely going to get some stuff that I know I have not. This is not my childhood copy. I can just tell by the weight of it. It looks like it's definitely missing some stuff. And that is Alvin and the Chipmunks. Yeah. Not to say when I was a very young child, you know, I'm talking like maybe late 80s, when Alvin was the man. Theodore was my favorite, by the way. I wonder why. But, oh, actually it does have the manual. It just feels so flimsy. This does not feel, I mean, it says PlayStation on here. This may be like one of the later cases. Maybe this was like resurrected from a broken case into like one of their late PS2 cases. Everything started getting a little skimped out, you know, towards the ending of the PS2. Or let's see, what year this came out? 2007. Yeah, so if this came out in 2007, yeah, I think this might be later in the life. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've ever played this game. I definitely saw it on the cheap. I don't know what it's worth, but I'll put it on the screen. It is complete. It feels very light for a complete. I guess that's how you can tell it's a later game. Does that have any scratches? I'm an animal. Yeah, you see no scratches. Alright. This is my rule, just in case you guys are watching this. And it's probably a very common sense rule, and everybody probably does it. And I'm probably just going to tell you guys something that's super obvious. But I will not buy a game online if A, I don't see the exact game I'm going to get, and B, I do not see the condition of the disc. I don't care if you're Mother Teresa and you say disc is in excellent condition and you don't show an image of that disc. I don't care if you're the cheapest price. You're out. I'm not even buying it. Especially on eBay. Save yourself the hassle. Get more sales if you're selling stuff online or on eBay. Show the freaking disc. I mean, why do I have to message you for the most obvious thing and say, hey, I see you selling this really cheap. You're saying the disc is in excellent, flawless, mirror-like finish. And I've bought games way back in the day, and I fell victim to the lies. So, I'm just saying, maybe you guys are like me. I need to see the disc. If it's a cartridge, same thing. Just show me the cartridge. Let me just see the teeth. You know what I mean? How are you gonna buy something used, let's just say, and not show the freaking condition? Anyway, I'm getting a little out of control here. Okay, so here's... Oh, my cat is going bananas right now. I don't know if you can even hear that. She loves bags. What are you doing? What are you doing down there? Now she's staring at me like I'm the one who's weird. What are you doing? Alright. Where was I? Okay, so now we're up to... I don't know which one we're up to. We're up to aggressive inline. Now let me tell you something a little bit about Neo Stash here. This might as well have been me. I was obsessed. 8th, 9th, 10th grade, you know, right before chicks started getting in my life. I was all about skateboarding, and I never called it inline. I would just call it skating. Because I mean, you know, who roller skated? Well, not to hate on the roller skaters out there, but I'm talking. I used to have how many pairs of K2 fatties, you know, K2 backyards. Arlo Eisenberg, if you're watching this, which you're definitely not, he was probably one of my favorites back then. Randy Roadhouse. I mean, how many of us bought the VHS tapes? Do you remember what was Monkeys? Like something with monkeys. If I remember, I'll put a little screenshot of it if I'm editing this video. But those videos, I used to make videos. I wished it was YouTube back then. I would have put all my videos of me and my friends skating. You know, all my injuries. I mean, I was left at the park on more than one occasion with a completely torn open shin from missing a rail or hitting a rail. My friends run off. And this is back in the day when Jenkos were the shit. Anyway, so yeah, aggressive inline. Love this game. Personally, this could have been me on the cover, like I said. I really wish they would have gotten more hardcore, even though it's called aggressive. I really wish they would have gotten more hardcore and gotten made more. I know, listen, no offense to Tony Hawk. I skateboarded too. I was just more into skating. But how many Tony Hawk games are there versus how many of these games out there? They really need to. I really wish they could resurrect this series. And I don't even know who's skating today. I don't even know if this is even a sport today. But when I was younger, it was like on ESPN X Games, and all my friends and I would try to do the tryouts, and we'd go to skate parks. It was sick. All right, this video. The next game, Aeon Flux. Charlize Theron, one of my favorite actresses. This was in my original, my previous PS2 collection video, which I only was able to do 44. And at this rate, it's been 17 minutes, and I've only gotten through half of the first stack. I gotta speed this up. Unless you guys think hey, you're enjoying it, take your time. We'll sit and watch the whole thing. Then if that's the case, I'll do it. But I know for me, I have a short attention span, and after a few minutes, I just lose interest. So anyway, Aeon Flux, played it, loved it. Third person action game. Oh yeah, this is the one with the movie tickets. It's pretty sick. Like I was saying, love Charlize Theron, even back then. Aeon Flux, for me, I wish they would have had more footage or more video from MTV, because that's where I first discovered it. She was pretty badass, and I love badass protagonists in a lot of my games. If the game is terrible but it has a really strong female lead, I'm usually into it. Next we have Jimmy Neutron, The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron, and that's probably why it's up here, because adventure starts with an A. No manual, definitely either part. Well, let's see the condition of this. This is definitely broken. This one drove me crazy. Definitely not my original copy. Definitely not one I owned ever. No offense to Nickelodeon or Jimmy Neutron. This might have come from some lot. I buy some lots sometimes, either on Goodwill or eBay. Goodwill's been hit or miss for me. Although I did pick up a sweet PS4 Pro for $30. Wow, look at this. I don't know if you guys can you guys see this? Jesus Christ. This probably doesn't even play. I probably didn't even test this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would never buy this just because I'm not into this type of game. And B, I would never buy it because it has completely destroyed the disc. Anyway, moving along. Here's a game that I only got for nostalgic reasons. This is not my original copy. I didn't buy it. But honestly, who didn't love 50 Cent, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, man? But he had a couple of bangers. I thought it was pretty cool with whatever song. What song was that? I don't even remember the song. Yeah, you see, this has got some foil in here. I don't normally keep this in here. Anyway, let's see the condition of this disc. Wow, yeah, there it is. There's actually fingerprints. And another thing, for me, whenever I sell my personal games on eBay, sometimes I'll get a lot and I'll have like a few duplicates in there. At least when I sell it on eBay, I literally clean the disc meticulously, because I hate other people's fingerprints on my stuff. Or I hate seeing other people's fingerprints on my stuff. And I'm pretty sure so do you. So at least clean it, man. Take 2 seconds, wipe it. you can't, if you can't do anything about the scratches, at least be like, hey, I cleaned the disc for you, so there's no cheese doodles and onion rings all over it. All right, moving along. 24. Game is sick. Super underrated. I haven't played this game in over a decade. This is definitely probably my original copy. Oh yeah, look at this. This is fantastic. I know the Sutherland kid, Kiefer. What's his dad? Donald and Kiefer. But I grew up. Lost Boys was my favorite movie with Kiefer Sutherland. If you guys know about Lost Boys from, did you guys see that cat? She's crazy. There she is. What? All right. What was I just saying? Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah, Lost Boys. He was the best for me with Kiefer Sutherland was Lost Boys. Check it out if you haven't seen that movie. This game is sick. It's way underrated. I just remember, it could also be just my memory playing tricks on me, but I thought this game was pretty good. I remember it's a third-person shooter. I remember some of the maps were... Yeah, I remember this game I remember enjoying this game. I probably should fire it up. Maybe I'll fire it up soon. But anyway, that's 24 the game. Next up, we got 2. What? How did this happen? Who was touching my stuff? That's how you know. I keep this stuff in order so I don't get embarrassed like I just did. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened there. But Dark Alliance 1 and 2. Obviously, I'm more of an RPG type of guy, which you'll probably see throughout this entire video. Love my Baldur's Gate. I thought Baldur's Gate 3, by the way, obviously it was freaking amazing. But these two are also pretty good. If you like Diablo style, if you like Path of Exile, if you like these types of games, Dark Alliance 1 and 2 are pretty sick. I forget the lore behind the controversy with these, but there was some controversy. I think they canceled Dark Alliance 3 for some reason. I think it was almost made, and I forget. I'm sure you guys will tell me in the comments or yell at me about how wrong I am about that. Then we have another one here called Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? Now let's be real. I am probably super smarter than a 5th grader, but unless it's some certain, hey, what is the third tibia on a Triceratops' left cankle called? Yeah, if you want to get really obscure on that, sure. I probably don't remember that. I definitely don't remember that answer. But you can see this is sealed. This definitely came in a lot. I never watched the show on TV. I think it was definitely part of a lot. It was a little flimsy, this thing. Part of me just wants to rip this off. But a part of me doesn't care. Anyway, moving on. I'm gonna move this guy over here. I'm kind of running out of space on the stack. Where can I put this stack? Where's the mouse? There's the mouse. There's the microphone. There's the monitor. Perfect. I'll have to snake this thing over here, like we got Blockbuster. Next up, Arcana Heart, fighting game. It's all right. I've had a lot of fun playing it, but I wouldn't say it's like the best fighting game ever. Obviously it's an Atlas. I think that's probably why I picked it up. I don't think this is my original one as a copy. I don't think I even knew about this game when I was younger. This might have just been. I recently, or a year ago now, went to Syracuse to see the Retro Gaming Expo, Retro Game Con, and I made a video about that. I'll link it around here somewhere. It was pretty cool. It was actually my first ever Game Con or Retro Conference, whatever the hell you want to call it. And I was on a hunt that day. I figured that would probably be the best time. It was like the second or the last day of the show to find some Atlas games, man, on my list that I never got a chance to play. And I was trying to get it on the cheap. So, I picked it up. I've definitely enjoyed playing it. I don't know if I'd recommend it over other fighting games, but I think it's a pretty cool story. I do like the concept of all ladies on there. Next one, we got Arc the Lad. First two on the PS2. I don't, maybe one day I'll do a PS1 video. But out of these two, so yes, I don't know. I don't know if I would. I think the fighting mechanics are interesting. Let's just say I don't think it's the greatest game. I yes, I did enjoy it. Let's just check it out. Let's see what I got inside here. Okay, we got the manual. We got some other crazy thing in here. Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong with ArcLight. Let's go. I think that's a safe bet. If you guys are new to PS2 or veteran of PS2, I think it's very fair to say that you can't really go wrong with ArcLight. It's an experience. I don't think it's fantastic. I do remember liking the ones on PS1 more, but who knows? I could be wrong. Then I picked up the Atari Anthology. This is also one that is definitely not like one from my childhood. I mean, I don't think I was really into Atari, even though my first game I ever played was Asteroids. I think it was on the 2600. I forget. It's been too long. But I picked this up because I'm a sucker for collections, and you'll see a lot of collections in all my collections. But this game was pretty sweet, and I think it's cool to have a piece of history. And every once in a while, you'll walk by it. This beautiful gold covers, and it catch your eye, and you're like, "Oh yeah, what is that again? Oh yeah, cool." And then you flip it over, you look at the back, and you'll be like, let's throw this in real quick, just for shits and giggles. And that's what I do sometimes. Sometimes something just catches my eye as I'm walking by it, and I have no intention to initially play it, and then all of a sudden, I'll walk by it. Now's the time. Alright, I gotta put this entire stack back. You guys don't know, but this is my home office here. Right behind this wall is another wall. Right behind this wall is another wall. There's another room behind this wall where I keep all my game stuff, my TV. It's basically a living room. So I'm going to drop off this stack, pick up another stack, and I'll be back. You won't even know the difference. It will be literally right now. Alright, so another game I picked up when I was at the Retro Game Con up in Syracuse. So I'm in I guess they would call it downstate. I'm in the boroughs of New York City, as they would call it, not Manhattan. If you're really from New York, you know that the city is really just Manhattan, and everything else around it is not Manhattan. But anyway, so I drove up there last year, and on the same quest for more Atlas games, I came across Baroque, and I have this game in several videos. I don't know why I like this game so much. It's freaking not that good. I just think it did so many elements correct with the dungeoning, if that's even a word. Controls are not for the faint of heart. I guess that's probably the best way to explain it. But I mean, the cover art I loved. The story is, I guess, I don't know if bizarre is the right word. It's an interesting game. If you can get it on the cheap and dirty, that would be cool. I don't know if knowing what I know now, if you ask me, hey, would I pay whatever it's worth nowadays, I'd probably skip it. It was only because it was Atlas, and I was on a quest to find Atlas games at Retro Game Con, and yeah, pretty cool game though. Next up, we got Breath of Fire, Dragon Quarter. Another game that was in my last video, so I'll probably just breeze through this. This might be one of my childhood games. I don't know if you guys were like me and got scammed into buying Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. You're probably asking yourself, why am I saying that? Because Breath of Fire on the PS1 was phenomenal, and then I get this game, and okay, it's not bad, but it doesn't hold a candle or a flame to to 3 or 4. Anyway, just my ranting 2 cents. What do you guys think? Maybe it's unpopular opinion. Maybe it's what everybody believes. I actually never looked up how everybody felt about this one. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Anyway, we're gonna keep going. Here's a game for sure. I know you guys might know about, or if not, I know I personally love this game. This is an old one. This is probably my original one. Yeah. You're probably saying, Neo, how do you know this is your original one? Because this is flawless. I don't know if this gets picked up on the camera at all. But there's literally, this looks like it was just made. Man, sometimes, I don't know about you, I just love admiring the covers sometimes. I don't know if it's my ADHD or what, but great game. This is made by Rockstar, obviously the GTA guys. Can they really do anything not good? I mean, besides State of Emergency, which wasn't terrible, but wasn't also that good. Next up, we got Call of Duty. The big red one. Wasn't really into... this wasn't my favorite Call of Duty, I guess I'll say it that way. I think Modern Warfare, the first one that came out, it kind of really brought me into it. I was more of a Medal of Honor type of kid, back in the day. Call of Duty was, obviously is cool, but what was it, Medal of Honor Frontline? When you're on, what beach is that? Normandy? I don't know. I'm not a good historian. I almost failed in history. But I can tell you, it's the one that's pretty much like Saving Private Ryan when you land on the beach. Playing that, I must have been in 9th grade or 8th grade. I remember playing that with my friend. This was the first time we've ever saw anything like that in a video game. In my mind, it was like pure chaos. Bombs going off. There was like, we were jumping into the holes. There was just German fire shooting everywhere. We were like, this is the future of freaking video games. It was incredible. I recently played that scene again to show my wife how hardcore I thought this was after not having seen it for several years. And I'll tell you, I remember it a lot better than what it actually is because it wasn't that as good as I remember it. Still cool to have that memory though. Never just, with your boy, just like, I think we were just hanging out. We put that, I don't know if you remember back then, the regular CRT TVs, the audio wasn't the greatest, so I remember we turned up the volume and we let that scene play. We must have just kept replaying that first scene over and over to try to get the TV even louder. Memory I will never forget. Then we got a couple Capcom collections here, classic collections. I may have said it before, love these. These are actually very inexpensive. If you're looking to play some more of these classics, like this one's got Street Fighter 2, Ghosts and Goblins, which is, if you haven't heard about Ghosts and Goblins, it's pretty challenging. And I recently threw these into the PS2 to mess around, but these are pretty good. I love these type of collections. I feel like you get a lot of bang for your buck, obviously, but these were cheap. I mean, this definitely, I don't know when this was. It says 05 on here. This thing is like, whoo! This is the cheapest plastic. I mean, look, this is definitely not a PS2 era, like a real PS2 era manual. It's just one sheet folded in half. So maybe this could be a reprint, maybe? I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments, because you guys are professionals and know more than I do. Then we got... Now we'll have a couple of these type movie games coming up. This game sucks. Okay, let's be honest. It was Catwoman. But I picked it up because this was an era for me to remember by. Nobody will change my mind. Michelle Pfeiffer, in my generation, was the best Catwoman. You can say what you want to say. I agree to disagree with you. But I picked this up for the sole purpose of, this was a new person playing Catwoman at the time. That's all it was. It was mega cheap because I think this is actually one of my earliest videos. Picking it up on, I think it was Goodwill. I think I picked up a whole lot of these on Goodwill. But whatever, I don't remember. Next up, we got Chaos Wars, the game with probably the worst voice acting. But if you ever play a game that some parts of it are so bad that it's actually, pretty awesome, this almost does that. I love the combat. The combat is its saving grace. Turn-based strategy. I love farming. I love spending hours. I guess it's something for my brain to do after a long day of work, to just kind of de-stress myself. Voice acting was terrible. Game is not so bad. The combat, saving grace. I'm gonna keep going here. Choro Q, another game I picked up in Syracuse when I was up there for GameCon. Another Atlas. I thought it was kind of bizarre that Atlas even made a racing game. Game sucks. the physics, and you guys probably will definitely tell me how you feel about what I just said in the comments. But I guess let's not even bullshit each other here. This game is trash. I'm sorry. Not sorry. I like what they were trying to do. I like what they were trying to achieve, but the driving mechanics in this game was not fun. All right, and I rarely have any racing games because I'm not really into them. But if I do have it, it's because I enjoy the driving. And if the one thing this game is supposed to do is be a driving game, and the driving is not good, then what the hell is the point? All right, moving on. Before you get me all riled up, Constantine. Yes. As much as I love Charlize Theron, I have the same and equal love and admiration for Keanu Reeves. Probably one of my favorite actors, if not now, also 100% when I was, a teenager. Had to pick this up. I don't think I've played this in over 15 years, but just because I had my boy Keanu on the cover, and I actually loved the movie, I thought, had to pick it up. And the game, if I remember correctly, was pretty good. I don't think I have any complaints that I remember, or at least complaints. Something was bad enough for me to remember being bad enough. Whatever. Next up, Contra: Shattered Soldier. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This definitely came in a lot. This is not my original copy. I did not get into after Contra. After the NES, for me, Contra died. Nothing's going to beat the original one for me, and you guys can attack me in the comments, but that's cool. I think we all have opinions, and I think they try to do something cool here. It's the ultimate run and gun shooter. I agree to disagree with that. They try to do something cool with the Contra name. I picked it up, definitely part of a lot. You just can't beat the original Contra on NES, and that's my last thing I want to say about that. Next up, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Who wasn't into kung fu movies in this era in the early 2000s, late 90s? I picked this up because I loved the movie. This is one of my first videos I did where I think I picked this up from a retro game store in my neighborhood. I like to support local stores and mom and pop stores like that. I think these big corporations doing billion. This is my perspective. I'm just gonna go on a quick tangent rant for a second. How good must life be where in Q3 you guys do, let's say, $10 billion in sales, and you're upset that you're down 1%. You did, $9,993,000,000 the next quarter. And you guys are laying people off. We have to restructure the whole thing. And I know we have freaking shareholders and all that bullshit. But you guys did over $10 billion. And you did $9.5 billion. And everybody's freaking out. If you have that type of problem, I just personally, you don't need my money. That's what I'm trying to say here. So that whole rant was just about, I like to go frequent, and I don't mean GameStop either. I mean, nothing against GameStop, but you ever try buying a used game on GameStop.com? Yeah, good luck. If you get it, it's in a sleeve. Anyway, I don't want to get into it, but great movie. For me personally, I know it probably didn't get an Oscar or a Grammy or whatever you win for movies, but I freaking like it. I love those kung fu movies. I was a big fan of Jackie Chan back in the day. Bruce Lee, Jet Li. Anyway, Psy Girls. I have no idea what this game is about. I think I picked this up also when I was at that Retro Game Con because I saw 2 discs. Yeah, Ice and Asuka. Right. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of this game. And each disc is its own player. I'll tell you what. I don't think I've actually played it. I think I've captured footage when I first got it, just testing it. I definitely didn't beat it. That's for sure. Can't tell you if it was good or not. Maybe one day I will. Next up, we got Dance Dance Revolution Supernova. I picked this up because my wife is a professionaler when it comes to dance games. And I picked it up just so I could play with her on it. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not the dancing. I don't have the dancing-esque style in me. Although I can keep rhythm. Anyway, that's why I have it. Next up, we have not one, but two Dark Angels, but not to be confused, because these are two completely different games. Only reason I picked up this Dark Angel was for Jessica Alba. And if you guys were growing up in the early 2000s, late 90s, who did not love Jessica Alba? I mean, Honey. You guys remember Honey? I don't know what she's up to these days. Also, interestingly enough, I didn't even know this was published by Sierra. That's pretty cool. Never played it. I just picked it up for the sole purpose of a laugh, that to remind myself that we had movie stars like Jessica Alba in these movies, and it was on PS2. That's like, it's such like a what do you call it? It's such like a flavor of that generation that will never, so many licensed movies on licensed games based off of movies on the PS2. I mean, it's like, that was such a generation that I don't think we'll ever see the likes in that magnitude again. Then we have another Dark Angel here, Vampire Apocalypse. I don't think there's a manual in here. Nope. Yeah, this is definitely a Goodwill pickup. If it doesn't have a manual, but you know what? The disc is bananas clean. Wow. Yeah, I can actually focus in. That's pretty sick. Yeah, usually if it doesn't have a manual, it's definitely a Goodwill or some kind of thrift pickup for me. Because if I'm buying it online, or if I bought it, as my original copy back in the day when it was brand new, I looked for it with a manual, or came with a manual. So if it doesn't have a manual, that's how I know it's something that I got from online, or maybe at a retro spot. Dark Cloud 1 and 2. Now these games I thought were pretty sweet. Neither one of these, I think 2 was my original. I don't think I've ever owned 1 when I was younger. I think definitely it was 2. I think I got in. Nope, I lied. If there is bubble wrap, that means 2. Oh yeah, I can see this has got some damage up here. Whereas this one looks flawless. Yeah. So I stand corrected. 1 is my original copy. 2 I must have recently picked up. I don't remember when I picked it up or what I paid for it. But anyway, I'm getting completely sidetracked here. You guys need to keep me in check. Dark Cloud, I guess 1 was my favorite. From what I remember of playing Dark Cloud, I thought it was pretty sick. I remember there was an element of rebuilding towns or rebuilding cities, and you get to there was an element of world building, which I always thought was cool. But I'm more into turn-based. I remember this was more of an action RPG, but I have no complaints. I thought it was pretty cool. All right, we're keeping it rolling. You don't even know. I just went to I went back to the lab over there, dropped off that stack, picked up this stack. What letter we're up to? Looks like we're up to letter D. Okay, D's nuts. All right, here we go. Dawn of Mana. Now, like I said moments ago, for you, I'm more of a turn-based type of guy, definitely strategy-based type of guy. I don't know if you guys ever played Valkyria Chronicles. The game is a masterpiece. So if you consider that game, Tactics, Ogre, those games were more my speed. Action RPGs like Dawn of Mana, listen, the story was good. No complaints there, but for me, the game was good. I remember the game being good. I remember the game being very, what's the word? Happy? Not happy. What's the right? It's like a very colorful, beautiful, save the princess, everything's gonna be okay type vibe. Which is nothing wrong with that. I'm just trying to explain my memory of this game. Did I stay up late playing this game for hours? Of course. I love this. I mean, love is probably a strong word for Dawn of Mana. I like this game thoroughly. No complaints on it. Next up, Dead to Rights 2. That's because I have Dead to Rights 1 as a PlayStation hit, and I don't put I don't mix my PlayStation hits with my black labels because I am a complete psychopath. But Dead to Rights 1, which I'll probably show at some point. I forgot I even had that. I have it literally on a whole completely different shelf. So, well, I just forgot about that whole stack. Maybe I'll show it at the ending. I don't know if that even matters. But anyway, this looks like to be like my personal one. Yeah. Love Dead to Rights 1 and 2. Speaking about playing this game late, definitely broke nights a few times. Let me just paint the setting here. For me, growing up, Friday night, parents would go to Blockbuster. I would go to Blockbuster. The first thing I would do when I would walk into that Blockbuster is I was always look by the return area. Sometimes they stack them all up neatly by the return area, the customer return area, and they were scanning them back in to say, okay, they're back in stock or back available to rent, and they'd put them on this little cart. And then the person would go around with the cart, put them back in. First thing I would do, because I was a complete jerk off, was I would look at that cart and see what I liked so I could grab it before it even gets to the shelf. I don't know if that was everybody's strategy, but that was my strategy. And I would always rent the game. I remember renting Dead to Rights. Was it Dead to Rights? Yeah, I remember renting Dead to Rights and playing it. This must have been late. Maybe early 2000s? When did this game come out? I don't know, I'm getting to that age where like I have to take my glasses off to actually look at small text. 04. Yeah, so 04, obviously still living with was I living with my parents or was I already finished with college? Don't remember. But I can tell you, any game where you can use a dog to kick somebody's ass and protect the dog, and like, I'm a big animal lover, so love this game. I didn't realize it was by Namco. If you haven't played Dead to Rights, definitely a sick game. Definitely played this game definitely a few broken nights playing that game. Next up, Death by Degrees. I love Tekken. I'm not huge into fighting games, but Tekken was one of my jams. Mortal Kombat. I don't know if you guys are gonna get it, but I'm definitely gonna pick up the Legacy Collection. I know watching a few videos that it's probably not the most polished version, but I have been trying my best to find a Mortal Kombat 2 arcade perfect port, and I've just been having the worst time. And the stuff I do have, I forgot how I even got some of this stuff. The versions, the MIME versions, or the main versions of it, I just can't. The controls, so there's something wrong with it. I'm wondering if that was still kind of like the same deal with the Legacy Collection. I wonder if they just took exactly as is, threw it on a disc, and it's like emulating just doesn't work right. But anyway, really went on a tangent there. Who doesn't love Nina Williams? Like I was saying earlier, strong female protagonist. Nina Williams is definitely one of my favorites. Although I would say Lei Wulong from if they made a Lei Wulong Death by Degrees version, I think that would do just as well, if not better. Although if I remember correctly, this game did not sell well, and that's a shame, because I don't think it's bad. I think there's games I've showed you that are actually obviously worse than this game. But I guess if you're a Tekken fan and you want to get some lore on Nina, this game is pretty cool. Definitely check it out. Especially the breaking people's limbs and stuff. Black Hawk Down. Price tag. Not my original copy, but I can tell you I poured hours into this, and I do remember making a video about picking this up at Goodwill for probably $3 or $4. And you know what? The case has got some shelf wear on it, some age. Not so bad. Wow. The disc. We gotta try this in one of my PS2s laying around here. Oh boy. But anyway, love Black Hawk Down. I love these tactical squad-based shooter types. I mean, back then this was the best of the best. Let's fight about it in the comments. Next we got Devil May Cry 3, Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 1. Did I just do that backwards? Yes, he did. Let's roll that back. You ever see that thing where Jim Carrey just like talks and does everything backwards? That's That's what I feel like doing right now, but I'll just say it now. Devil May Cry 3, 2, and 1. So, I have different memories for all three of these. Devil May Cry 1, I would say is my favorite, just based because it introduced me to the entire series. Obviously, it's the first one. But, just like I was saying in another part 2 I love, for me, Devil May Cry 2 is where it's at. Just can't, I mean, it was just fantastic. I feel like they did everything right. They brought everything back together. Nothing was, I don't think Devil May Cry 3 was bad. I just felt like they took it in a weird direction. And actually, this was in my, this collection was in my previous PlayStation 2 collection video. I might have said the same thing, I don't remember. But 2 was, for me, big dog. And I just realized it came with 2 discs. What is this? What is it? One's a DVD? Why don't I remember why there are 2 discs? Is the game that big? Why are there 2 discs in this? Well, I'm sure someone's going to yell at me about that. I have freaking no memory of this ever coming. And I was wondering why it was so heavy compared to these guys. Any other guys got 2 in here? Well, I'm sure someone will tell me in the comments. I apologize for my scattered brain. Besides having all these monitors, my cats are doing backflips all around me. And I'm not sure if the camera's seeing any of this. It's off to the edges here. Alright, anyway. Devil May Cry 2, best one. Fight me. Here we go. Dirge of Cerberus. There's only one reason why I bought this. Now, outside of being a hardcore Final Fantasy fan, which I know most of the world's global population is, I love Vincent. Vince Valentine was my was my boy. He was my original 3 while playing Final Fantasy 7. It was always Cloud, Sid, and Vincent. That's it. Those 3 take over the world. But anyway, I admire what Square was trying to do. This is also like what I was saying before. This is also a time where these big publishers like Square were trying something completely new. I mean, a third-person shooter. This was a completely, out of left field, and it's not the greatest, but I do admire what they were trying to do. I think the soundtrack is great. I think the graphics were tremendous, and if I remember correctly, there's like a little part where you could even play as Kate Sith, not the big white puffy dude, but the guy on the shoulders. I think is it just Kate? I actually forgot. But anyway, yeah. Next up, we got Disgaea 2, Disgaea 1. I may have said this earlier, but love my strategy games. And these games, I know it's, what's the word? I know it's just smoke and mirrors. You can level up to 9,999. Yeah, that's cool. Doesn't really mean like, you're like super level 9 Saiyan. But it's just that they know that there's people out there that love the grind, that love farming. And they just kind of like, I feel like they made these games for me. I love all the Disgaeas. I'll even put a little screenshot somewhere of my PS4 collection and PS3 where I've got all the Disgaeas. It's probably one of my favorite series. The story is pretty cool. I think the art was great. I can't talk enough about the combat. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I would love to see something come out, nowadays. Limited Run, if you're out there, they may have even done it, but if they haven't, you can take that idea. I want 30% royalties and everything. Dokapon Kingdom. What a quirky ass game this is. Do I recommend it? I think if you've got a group of friends with you, if you're still social, and I don't mean like in the social networks, if you still have real life people you hang out with, coming over, chilling out, food, drinks, snacks. I have on this TV over here, I got I wish I could show it to you guys. Really cool shoot 'em up is playing over there. Shikigami. Anyway, getting distracted. But Dokapon Kingdom, they just recently came out with it on Switch. This was definitely a pickup from Retro Game Con, because I remember I remember out of the corner of my eye noticing the Atlas logo. It was standing on the table laying on a table like that. And I was like, what the hell game is this? Never had this as a kid. I picked it up. I played it a few times with some friends, with some homies. It's alright. I mean, it's some parts are cool. You know, I'm a big shit talker when I play video games, so, you know, I guess that's kind of fun with your friends when you get to beat them on something. But anyway, here's one. I mean, let's be honest here. Let's take a moment to breathe and pause, because this is a good one. This is probably one of my favorites in this of my entire collection. That's Dragon Quest number 8. Is this my original? This might be my original copy. Wow. Came with the demo. This is back when demos were included in games. Yeah. Toriyama, man. I mean, this guy, God bless him, he went too young, let's just say. I feel like we could have, he had so much more to give, and if whoever takes the reins, if they can continue his start, you know, hopefully he had, like, you ever see 8 Mile? Eminem had like his little notebook with like all his notes. If somebody could find that dude's notes and pay homage to his storytelling, his style, his art, his creativity, this game was a masterpiece. It's and the great thing is, it's not expensive. I remember I remember seeing this recently. I forget where I was at. It definitely wasn't GameStop. May have been another retro store in my neighborhood. I think I saw it for $30. Maybe it was missing the manual. I don't know. But this game was fantastic. You probably all know about it. If you haven't, you need to do yourself a favor and play this game. I don't care if you've never played any of them. I know you guys are going to fight about, you got to play 3 is the best one. It's not Dragon Quest, it's Dragon Warrior and all this. Whatever you want to say. For a casual person that just wants to get into Dragon Quest, and you don't have the time, so you got kids, so you got situations in life, do yourself a favor, definitely play Dragon Quest 8. It is fantastic. Alright, keeping it going. How much time is this one? 14 minutes? I think I'm getting to about 20 minutes a stack, and I've got 14 stacks. Damn, this video is going to be long again. Alright, let's speed this up. Okay, what do we got here? Duel Masters. Can't tell you a thing about it. Picked it up solely for the reason that this holographic style case caught my eye. I have no idea what it's about. I'm assuming it's mastering of duels. Unleash 139 cards from the base set and each expansion set plus 5 never before seen creatures. What is this game? Somebody has plastic from their house. I honestly don't know anything about this game. I don't remember how I picked this up. Couldn't tell you anything about it. Hopefully you guys let me know about it. Okay. Dynasty Warriors. Picked this up on the cheap. I'm not, unpopular opinion, not really into Dynasty Warriors. I'm not really into, these crazy hack and slash against 9,000 enemies on the screen. Apologies for that, but it's just not my cup of tea. I just picked it up because I remember seeing it on the cheap. It was super clean. This case looks almost brand new. Don't know anything about the lore, the backstory. I could tell you nothing about it other than that I put it in my PlayStation. I turned it on. It worked. I probably played the first 3 or 4 minutes of it. And I was like, okay, it's a game. I mean, I'm not upset I bought it. It's not the greatest. Here's a crazy one. EJ Club World. Now, I don't know about you guys, and I probably say that before I'm about to go real deep and personal with you, but I love electronic music. And I laugh when I say that because I don't think that's a cool thing to say, but I really don't care. When I was younger, I loved techno music. Yeah, I said it. And I wanted to I thought I was going to be, the next Tiesto or the next I forgot this guy's name. Van Buren? I forget all the guys I used to love. I remember going to Virgin Megastore or Tower Records, and I would just hang out by the trance section, and I would look for all the underground trance CDs and techno CDs and bring them home. I don't know if you can see behind me. You probably can't see. Right back there, I have a record player, and right next to it, let's see, right here, I have a banging ass CD player. I don't know what brand it is, but maybe if I remember while editing this, I'll sprinkle a little footage. You can't beat CD quality. I'm sorry, but anyway, I'm getting carried away again. What's the point of the story? The point of the story is I wanted to make my own music, and I'm pretty sure this is my original copy. I don't see any evidence of it, like receipts or anything in here. I also don't see it beat to hell. Right, let's be the CD. CD looks brand new. This is probably my original copy. I've moved several times, probably like the rest of the planet over the last 20 so years. So I try to keep my games in great condition. Anyway, long story short, wanted to make music. This game is pretty sweet. You can still make music. That would be kind of cool, right? I would love to, because I remember how to do it still. I remember how to make it and how to sample it. I wonder if I could make a video on you. Oh, yeah, but then I'll get the whole copyright thing. What a scam. Okay, well, I would love to show you guys how cool it is to make your music on a PS2. Who's that guy again? Yeah, DJ Carl Cox. Yeah, this guy. Oh, man, this guy was so cool. But anyway, I was big into that. I still am. More of a trance, drum and bass, kind of like jungle house, like just chill, more cool. But I have my wild moments where I like to go, off the deep end. Next up, all right, let's take a moment here to pay respect to my brother from another mother, Keanu Reeves. I don't think this was my favorite, and that's probably a blasphemous thing to say. I love The Matrix, right? Obviously, anybody and their mother in '99, if you were a boy between 16 and 20 years old, this movie made you think, holy shit, this could happen. Just kidding. No, but you get what I'm saying. The style, the movie, the whole thing, like the flavor, the approach taken, the lighting, the atmosphere. This is probably why I love any type of cyberpunk thing to begin with. Any kind of digital, like that whole planet, that whole world. Love. Obviously, it's got Kung Fu in it. Now, I was pissed off because my boy Neo wasn't playable in this game, which I know I have Path of Neo somewhere in one of these stacks. That was obviously my favorite of the two, probably like everybody else. We actually get to kick ass. But look at this cool cover, man. Who didn't like that little code with like the little green stuff on? That's pretty cool. Definitely play that game. Definitely, let me just check. This might be my original copy. What is this? I see paper. This is my original copy. I still got my little printout in here. My little cheats. What are you trying to say? I'm a cheater? Well, damn right I'm a cheater, especially when it comes to playing these games from back in the day. God damn, I can never get this thing out nicely. Okay. Definitely my original copy. I'm a sucker for anything Matrix related, anything cyberpunk related. I made it actually, speaking of which, I made a really cool video. I'll put a link to it somewhere around here of cyberpunk games that are not Cyberpunk 2077. Nothing against Cyberpunk 2077, but I always felt that everybody knows that game, and I wanted to make a video of cyberpunk games that not a lot of people may have heard of. And a link for it will be floating around my head somewhere. Check that out. I think it's pretty cool. Eve of Extinction, I can tell you, not the greatest game. I can also tell you I picked it up at a retro game store because I remember seeing this on the shelf and thinking, how have I never heard of this game? There's just so many PS2 games, and even today, 25 plus years later, I'm still discovering new PS2 games, which I freaking love. I can't tell you anything about it. I may have done a video on this actually when I first got it, so I'm pretty sure I got this from a local store around me, just randomly game hunting. I also went to a book off recently. That was pretty sweet. Never been to any of those. If you're not familiar with what book off is, I think it's hard off in Japan. It's like a used store for like Japanese things, like the little tchotchkes, and of course there's games and CDs and books. Really cool store. My wife and I like to go there, pick up records and CDs sometimes. But nothing beats CDs more than like a Goodwill or a Savers or some thrift spot. Getting compact discs for $1. This is like right now. Today's climate is a gold mine. Who knows when the value of CDs will skyrocket? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying CDs because I'm thinking they're going to be worth millions of dollars in the future. I'm buying it because I just want to get up, open up my CD player, put an entire CD in there, and play it, and listen to it in its full audio glory. I just feel like it gives me more. It makes me appreciate music more. It's hard for me to explain. I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyway, here's a game that I'm going to talk to you about now. It's been 22 minutes for this chunk, so I'm going to speed this up. But this game needs to be spoken to about. It needs to be screamed from the rafters. This is one of those games. Well, let me just show it to you guys. Eternal Poison. Where is the remaster? Hello, Atlas. Hello, is this thing on? Hello, Atlas. Atlas, if you can hear me. If you guys can hear me. We need to make noise. This game needs a remaster. I don't even want them to touch it. Just bring it up to today's visual fidelity and let me play it. I cannot speak enough about how much I love this freaking game. The art style, the artwork. I mean, look at this cover. Look at this. I hope this camera. I'm using this weird camera in front of me. You guys can't see it, right? I'm not technically. I'm not a professional or streamer, or video content creator. I don't have like the best equipment around me for capturing video. I really wish I could see this better. The screen I'm looking at to make sure I'm even holding this CD right, or this game right, is probably this big, the size of a stamp. And I'm aging, so my eyes are not like the greatest. What was I just saying? So Eternal Poison is phenomenal. Turn-based strategy. The art, I've said that 3 times already. Everything about this game I freaking love. Oh wait, we have. You guys think I could play this CD? If you've been listening to music throughout this entire video and you're wondering what music is playing, I will try to play this audio CD. I'm going to test it to see if I get any kind of copyright strikes, because I think the music was great in this game. This game, I cannot talk enough about this game. Strategy RPG, turn-based. If you love anything along those lines, if you love anything Atlas, if you love any artwork like this, the story was crazy. There's like demons. You control a dog. This is another thing I love. You have a dog with you. It's actually not a dog. I forget what they were called. But damn, I threw me off. But it's like you get to recruit dudes. You level up. All the things you love. When you down an enemy, you can claim them. You can grab them. You have your book open. You're like, boom, book is open. I'm gonna read from the scripture right here. Boom, you read from the scripture. And what happens? You can take that thing. It's like Pokemon. No, don't even talk about Pokemon right now. You take that enemy, throw him in your book, and you can use him in a battle. Or if you don't want to use him, and you want to just drain him of his energy so you can take some of his powers, or sell him, you can grind them. You go to like this. You go back to camp. You find a little store, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna grind this dude. Let's say this guy pissed you off. You can grind him, acquire his skills, or trade his pelts for money, whatever you want to do. Anyway, that's not even like the big best part about it. But this game was phenomenal. I would do anything. So again, Atlas, if AI can hear this, triangulate this message and reach it back up to people who care. They need it. They're doing a disservice. I would dare to say, no, I'm not going to say it. But Eternal Poison, let's put it on the big camera, because at least I know for sure you guys can see it on this camera. It's a crazy glare, too many glares, too many lights, too many things happening here. I'll get better at it one day. But Eternal Poison, fantastic. You guys need to try it out. You would love it. How do we go from Eternal Poison to this hopping piece of trash? Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. Picked this up for 2 reasons only. My father, he loves Silver Surfer, so I did it for him. Second reason, I loved... Who is this actress? Miss Alba's back. Other than that, don't care. Oh, look at that. No manual. It's got some weird ring. I must have picked this up on a lot. I must have been part of a lot, because I don't think I've ever would purposely go out of my way and spend my hard-earned money on this game. Not a hater. I know a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and effort was made to this, from the guys packing orders in the warehouse to people sitting around the office coding and shit all day. I know a lot of work went into making it. I don't like it. My bad. Alright, that's it for that stack. Let's go to the next stack. Okay, moving right along. So we finished off the last stack, I think, with Fantastic Four. I was going to say Final Four. And brings us to our F selection here of Final Fantasy. So I've got, what was that, 12, 10-2, and 10. I forget why it's coming out this way. I think because I got to move one at a time here. What's not to say about any of these Final Fantasies? I'm going to just let you guys see it for a quick second. I'm going to try to go more express. It's supposed to be the express episode. It's taking forever still. So we're going to go through that one. X and X2. X is obviously a phenomenal game. None of these Final Fantasies make any sense in terms of playing one for another. There's no cameos or anything. I mean, there's like Easter eggs and stuff like that, but you can play any of these Final Fantasies in any order. Let me make sure I'm not lying. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So if you never played Final Fantasy, and I'm shocked if you have it, but that's okay. It's cool if you never did. 10 is a great place to start. I'm actually biased towards 7 or 9 or 8. I mean, you really can't go wrong with any Final Fantasy game, unless it's Dirge of Cerberus, but that's really, that was an experiment, even though I still love that game. But X2, I think it's a bad rep. I think X2 is pretty sweet. It really changes it up a little bit. I mean, it really changes it up. On the PS3, I've got Lightning. So Lightning was probably, what was that, 13? I have all 3 Lightning games, Final Fantasy 13 games. Lightning, and like I was saying, when there's a strong female lead, I kind of admire that. And like the new Tomb Raider remastered, that chick was badass, man. Getting stabbed up, landing, impaled, and she just like boom rips it out. I like that kind of style. I like hardcore. I don't know if hardcore is like gritty, tough, rough. I don't know what I'm saying. It's also very late here for me on the in New York. It's 10:55, and I know that may not sound like it's late. It's late because I had to go to work today. Woke up extremely early. I only slept about 3 or 4 hours because I have terrible time sleeping every night. My mind just goes bananas every night. So yeah, woke up really early, did a full 10-hour work, even though I'm supposed to work 8 hours a day. But of course, salary guy, let's squeeze 2 extra free hours out of me. What am I talking about right now? I'm tired. Bottom line, I'm tired. Okay, Demon Stone. Did a video on this. This is also a recent acquisition. So I loved this when I was younger. I recently picked it up, and I'll put a link to it around here somewhere for that video. Keep in mind, that video is one of my first videos I've uploaded to YouTube, and my capture quality was garbage, and I'm not afraid to admit it. So the game is not bad to look at. My captured footage back then was terrible. My skills were not as honed, as refined as it is now. I actually like this game. I remember liking it as a child. I remember still liking it when I picked it up a few years ago. And I think you should give it a shot. And it's cheap. It's a cheapy game. I don't mean cheap as in quality. I mean cheap as in money. Whenever I say cheap, don't get butthurt and think I'm talking shit about a game's quality. Because I'll call it straight out if I don't like it. I literally just mean like, it's just easy on the pocket. Easy on the wallet. Freestyle Metal X. I picked this up because I was doing a heavy metal. A video about video games inspired by heavy metal music. And in my research, this is another game I never knew existed when I was younger. And I picked it up back then for, again, on the cheap. Really fun game. Not only, it's like motocross, but like with it's like Tony Hawk, motocross, and Bouncing Souls. Not Bouncing Souls. Anyway, it's kind of like that vibe all mixed together. Really cool game. I think this is actually the first time this is how much of a noob I was, and I still am. But when I recorded footage from this game, I had no idea about copywriting and music and all that shit, and I recorded an entire episode, and to only find out that I couldn't even use any of the audio, which I was so pissed off because I spent so much time editing, and I'm terrible at editing. So I spent time doing something I'm not good at, which is not fun, to find out I can't even use that audio. I was super pissed off. That entire video pissed me off because I didn't know that beforehand. I had to learn the hard way when I went to upload it, and like every flag went off during the copyright check. So pissed. Anyway, moving on. We got Front Mission 4, another Square Enix game. I recently only picked this up because this was another one I didn't know about, and by recently I mean like the last 5 years. I saw somebody else making a video saying that this game is phenomenal, and I took them on their word on that. And I saw the captured footage, and I was like, okay, they're saying it's good. They kind of like what I like. The footage looks cool. But I'm going to be honest, it's going to be an unpopular opinion, and I love mechs. I mean, Zone of the Enders was probably one of my favorite games of all time when it comes to mechs. And I thought this game was okay. Maybe there's something I'm doing wrong. Maybe there's something wrong with me. But let me know if you guys feel the same way. But for me, this wasn't like you guys like, oh man, go check this out. You won't regret it. I kind of regretted it. You know, but I am weird, so let's keep going. Full Metal Alchemist, another Square game. You can see where this is going here. I did enjoy this game. This wasn't a game I had as a child. This definitely came in. I think I picked up like a weird lot on. I think on if I could somehow still get pictures of the listing from Goodwill, I think it even said like anime video game lot or something along those lines. And I picked this game up there as part of that lot. If I remember to do this, future Neo, go into your order history in Goodwill and see if you can find this order. So this way you can see if you guys even care. But anyway, come with the manual, of course. Watch the TV series, own the DVDs. Who didn't love Adult Swim? Oh man, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, man. That shit was my jam. Genji. This didn't make it as my original. No, yeah, because it has some weird Ziploc bag that I don't know what's in here. It's pretty cool. What is this? Oh, I actually covered this in my first original PS2 showcase video. I even remember doing the same thing. Like, what the hell is this? Whoever had this before me, whoever I bought this from, they did an exceptional job keeping this stuff clean and dry and not ripped or torn. It's got some really cool postcard and a cool manual. Anyway, long story short, this game is actually pretty badass. If you haven't heard about Genji, and I don't mean Genji on PS3 because I actually do own that, and it does no justice to the name Genji. Forget about that game ever existing. And I know it. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't listen to me. Explore it. Check it out. You might like it. For me personally, I love Genji Dawn of the Samurai. I love the action sequence, and every once in a while you have to stop and think to yourself, this is on a PS2. Like, this game I am watching right now and playing is on a PS2. This game is phenomenal. If you think about it, if you keep that in perspective, you can switch between the two characters. You go back to your camp, you switch out. You might need the big dude for a different type of attack. You might need the nimble guy for other type of bosses. But the graphics, the controls, I know 3D was like a new planet, like right around this era. I guess more PS1. They were still like trying to, get 3D controls down pat. This game controlled, in my memory, maybe it's terrible now, maybe I'm totally remembering this wrong, but this game's control was flawless. And who can't forget this one? Get on the mic. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. In high school, Jadakiss was the shit. And you know what, Jadakiss, if you're watching this, I doubt you are, I still love you, man. You still kick ass. This guy was awesome. And that's the sole reason I bought this. I bought this And believe it or not, this might actually be my original copy. I bought this because when I was in high school, oh wow, Logitech for USB microphone. Did you guys see that? It's pretty sweet. When I was in high school, I would keep this in my book bag because for some reason I thought Jadakiss was from Queens, and I thought, man, what if I run into him, right? I wanted him to sign this. I even have I'll put a link. I'll put an image somewhere around here of this special, like you can buy like this special plaque for your wall, which shows the game, and then on top of it is the disc. Like you can frame it. That's what I meant to say. It's a frame, and I really wanted Jadakiss to sign this. I used to love Jadakiss. I mean, I still love Jadakiss. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'd buy any music he gets. And actually, one of the CDs I just picked up recently, which you guys can't see, maybe I'll show some B-roll of my CDs, is a Jadakiss CD that I found in at Savers. Savers is like a local thrift spot in Long Island out there. Okay, next up, The Getaway. Who didn't like The Getaway? Not my original copy. I definitely rebought this within the last 10 years though. I'm not sure how much this goes for these days. Like I was saying earlier, if I remember to, I'll put prices up for, I guess, the going rate nowadays. Whatever the going rate is today, I'm assuming it was less back then, just like everything else. I must have picked this up, 2010s around. When did this one come out? Oh, 03. Damn. How does time go by so fast? But this game is pretty cool. I haven't played it in over 15 years. Maybe actually 10 years, but maybe I'll play it tonight. Who knows? Here's a game. Alright. Remember I was saying to you earlier about some stuff that I love? I love Ghost in the Shell. I made the worst decision in my life to sell my original Ghost in the Shell on PS1. And that stings my anus a little bit because the price for this complete on eBay, on Fleabay right now, is over $400. And I said earlier that I would never spend big money on a game like that just because I just can't convince my brain to justify it. But I came close 2 times. I came that close, and I'm pissed about it because the more people who spend $4, $5, $7, $1,000 on a game, the higher it's just gonna get. It's just gonna get higher. And the people who really want to play, the people who buy it to play it and to enjoy it, sorry for this rant, they're never gonna be able to have that physical copy. You know what I mean? And then what's gonna happen? And I'm not hating on anything. What's gonna happen is someone's gonna pick that up for $400. Maybe it's $500 now. I'll put a link to it or a visual of it somewhere around here. And it's gonna sit on the shelf and never be played. The original Ghost in the Shell on the PS1, I remember putting that. I remember ripping. Was I able to rip it? I remember listening somehow or another. I remember driving in my little 93 Honda Prelude on the LIE or the Van Wyck and just jamming out to that soundtrack of that game. It was one of my favorite soundtracks of any game. So when this came out, of course I was like, Neil, you gotta pick it up. You gotta pick it up. It's Ghost in the Shell. It's Ghost in the Shell. And I'm pissed I picked this game up. I tried to love it. I tried to find so many things to love about this game. But when simple basic things like control hamper my experience, I don't know if it's my ADD, I don't know what it is, I'm just out. I'm just out. And unfortunately, as much as I wanted to love this game and cherish it like the original Ghost in the Shell on a PS1, this one did not satisfy me. Now, that doesn't mean you should go try this game. I think you should give everything a shot. But don't expect too much. And if you love it, I just undersold it, you're welcome. Then we have God of War to this set. This might be my original copy. Huge heart. I mean, who isn't a fan of God of War? This game revolutionized everything for me when it came to his beat 'em ups. But God of War, yeah. Do you? Here, let me paint a picture here. Do you guys remember when you first played God of War and you got to the, that part of the game? You know what I'm talking about, right? That part of the game where you had to smash a few buttons and satisfy certain individuals. That shit blew my mind. That's when I was sold with God of War. No. I mean, yes and no. But in all seriousness, I was never into like mythology or Greek mythology or Roman mythology or whatever the shit is. But I can tell you, the story was pretty sick. I had no idea about all these things. I never learned about it in school at that time. So I learned a lot of my stuff because a lot of my mythological history from God of War. So who says video games can't be educational? Next up, we got Gran Turismo. It's Gran Turismo. I mean, do I have to say anything about this? It's in my original copy. It looks like it might be my original copy. Let's check the disc. Survey says... Oh yeah, this is flawless. Wait, what is this? There's a sticker in here, which leads me to believe this may not be my original copy. I'll have to do some research on this, folks. I'll get back to you. But I can tell you, I love all Gran Turismos. One day I'll do a PS1 collection video. Gran Turismo literally revolutionized driving simulation games. There was a ton of driving games back then that claimed to be great. Gran Turismo came out and smoked everybody. Now, I know Forza is pretty good nowadays, but Gran Turismo was like way ahead of his time. Grandia 2 and 3. Do I have Grandia 1 on the Dreamcast? What do I have Grandia 1 on? I don't even remember what Grandia 1 is on. Grandia 2 is cool, but for me, unpopular opinion, Grandia 3. This was my jam. Yeah, Grandia 3 is my favorite. It's interesting how they, everybody was trying to improve the turn-based strategy, turn-based fighting mechanics. So if I remember correctly, I think Grandia was the series also where you could input your commands to do your attacks, but you would run up to the enemy. You would like everybody's moving around and jostling for position. You had no control over that, if I remember correctly, which was kind of cool. I guess it, made time go by. So instead of just standing there like Cloud, just like holding the sword, instead of doing that for your turn, they made you do something, I guess, to kind of kill time. I don't know why they did that. I wasn't a big fan of that kind of action, I guess you would call it. But these games are great. 2, for some reason, I don't remember. For some reason, I just remember 3 more. I don't remember why. I don't remember what about 3. Maybe the story. Maybe about. I remember fixing your plane. I just remember the story being better for 3. 3 grasped my attention. I don't know why. I'm getting it confused with something. I already know it. Next up, I got some Gros Lancers. I picked both of these up at Retro Game Con last year, only because they were inexpensive, because I had Atlas and I had working designs, and I never heard of them, and I love working designs and Atlas. This game is beefy, man. I'm telling you, working designs. Can somebody buy the right? Can some Elon Musk, if you're out there, I know you love playing video games. You need to resurrect or bring back or license the name Working Designs and do everything the way they used to do it. I know, it's wishful thinking, right? But these guys, like Working Designs, perfect example, man. They really, let's look at this. I did it too fast. Let's just look at this manual, because this manual is literally probably 100 pages. Let's see how many pages this thing has here. I know this is breathtaking coverage I'm doing here for you. Okay, I completely lied. 53. Maybe they're just using really thick-ass stock, but 53 pages. It's like probably every character in the game. This is freaking great. I just bent that a little bit. I'll show you later. It looks like the cover's reversible too. Let me check here. Oh yeah, reversible. Do you feel? I wish you guys could feel. Can you guys? Can you hear that quality? You know what I'll do? I have a PS4 or PS5 game around here. You can hear the difference between a thin piece of tissue paper versus real paper. I mean, look. Did I show this to you guys? Yeah, I show this to you guys. This is the original. I kept the original on it because I like the. It comes out good on that thing. Do you see like that? Yeah, you see that, right? Yeah. I like that. That's why I kept it like that. But it also got this inside. It's not bad, you know? But it doesn't stimulate my anus. So I am just going to keep it the way I had it. And we have... Hold on, let's make sure that I'm not... Oh, I butchered it. You see that? I don't want to flip it over because there's 2 discs in here. I don't want it to fall out. Is that perfect? Is this perfect? Oh, that's perfect. Okay, where's my manual? Put the manual back in here. Anyway, working designs. Why is this so cool? Because like my Lunar series, I don't know if you guys could see it on the shelf right above this finger. It's really dark back there, but right above this finger I got all the Lunars. And I believe those are also working design. And those are also my original. And one of them is... Eternal Blue is not original. Silver Star Story is my original. But anyway, long story short, Working Designs knows how to cram... video games. You know, it gives you all the stuff. It doesn't cheap out. So that's why I picked up these. I did a video on my first playthrough on these. I'll put a link to it or put some visuals of it somewhere on in this part. But I don't really remember too much. I remember the fighting being sort of turn-based-esque. So I'm a sucker for turn-based. So a lot of these games you're seeing is turn-based adjacent or turn-based in itself. And I don't remember, quite honestly. What am I just doing? Did I just notice something? Anyway, I don't remember having a bad time playing these. I just remember also having a phenomenal time. But I remember having a good time. And I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. Let's put these over here. Okay, 2 left in this stack, and then we're gonna get to the next stack. Next up, we got Gun. Had to get it. Pretty sure this is not my original game. No, we got some scratches on here. I was a stickler for putting scratches, and this manual is a little bit dented. But this what comes in a manual. Is it color? It doesn't look like it's color. But I had memories of this growing up, and I don't know how many years ago I bought this game, but I also remember having a great time playing with it also back then. In addition to my, obviously younger time. Great game, shooter. Obviously, it's called Gun. Can't really confuse that. Pretty good. Half-Life. Yeah. Let's talk about Half-Life. Real quick. How long has this been? 22 minutes. So I'm averaging about 20 minutes a chunk. Alright, I gotta speed this up. Okay, so Half-Life. If you don't know about Half-Life, it was probably another game way ahead of its time. First-person shooter, right? Am I messing this all up? Am I getting this confused with Counter-Strike? This is what happens when you get old and you got all these damn games. I got almost 2,000. I got over 2,000 games at this point in my life. And for some reason, I can't remember Half-Life the way I used to remember it. I just remember having it on PC and loving it. And I saw this for stupid cheap somewhere over the last decade. And I bought it. And I love it. And not my original kid copy, but you know what? It'll do for now. Probably, you know what? Because of this era in my part, I am going to play it tonight, or technically at this point in the morning. All right, moving along. I'm gonna grab the next stack. Be back in a jiffy. Man, I hope you guys are still enjoying watching this, and I really hope that this other camera down here is capturing what I'm doing in front of me here. I'm gonna be so upset if I've spent, I guess, over an hour now. Okay, here we go. We last finished with Half-Life. We're in the H's. Hard hitter tennis. You're probably asking yourself, Neo, you look like a guy that plays tennis often, and you would be incorrect in saying that. Pick this up, Retro Game Con, obviously because I've got the Atlas. Definitely made a video about it. Is it better than Virtua Tennis? No, but let's thank Aaron. Aaron, if you're watching this, thank you so much for giving me this game, giving me the opportunity to play your game. If I remember correctly, you took very good care of it, and I want to applaud you for that. If I can get this disc out without scratching it. Yeah, Aaron, nice work, bud. Because of that, I'm able to play it. Oh wow, is that actually... That's why I had a problem taking it out. I don't know if you guys can see, but this little piece is broken. Yeah. Not a terrible game. Just a interesting game for Atlas. Virtua Tennis is a god tier game in every sense of the whatever, and Hard Hitter Tenor not so much, but I applaud them for trying. Hunter the Reckoning Wayward. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say I have no memory of this game. Definitely picked it up in a lot. I don't know. I feel like I might make a stack of games where I'm missing manuals that I got from a lot as like a byproduct of getting something I really wanted in that lot initially, and just sell all those and maybe buy something special for myself. Maybe I'll buy myself Ghost in the Shell. Just kidding. Alright, Iron Man. Picked it up for a couple of reasons. One, who didn't like Robert Downey as Iron Man during his generation? Who doesn't love Sega? Who didn't love Marvel? These are all things I loved growing up. It's the only reason I bought it. Because I never had this as a kid. I never played it. It is pretty clean though. It's definitely a late PS2 game. It's got the cheesy, squishy CD release button, which I never liked this version of it. It doesn't have a card holder. It's very flimsy. I don't know if you can tell by I mean, you hear that? It's a very flimsy case. Man. Alright, that was Iron Man. Next up, cool game. A game I tried to get into. A game I actually purposely went hunting for several years ago. Because as a child, I did like this game. And all the memories I had about this game was like, hey, this game is sick. Neo, in 20 years from now, you're going to buy this game because of these memories, and you're going to not regret it. And you know what? I regret it. I was so excited when I finally saw this sitting on the shelf. I've been keeping an eye out for it. I wouldn't say I was out there hunting. It was just, always looking out just in case it was there. And I did see it that one time. And I was like, good golly, Miss Molly. I gotta get it. My young Neo was like, when you get older, you're gonna remember it. You're gonna want to buy it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna play it over and over again for hours and days, just like you remember it. And I got home, super excited. My wife was like, what the hell game is this? And I'm like, it's Jade Cocoon 2, man. It's awesome. And I put it in, threw it into PS2, fired it up, and I gotta say, my memory of this far outweighed my experience that day. And I was super pissed at myself. But you know what? I have nothing to say about that. Next up, we got a few. We got Jack 1, 2, and 3. I like Jack. I would say I was more of a Ratchet and Clank person myself. But there's nothing wrong with Jack. I think it's a must-have for any person serious about playing older PS2 titles or excellent renditions of what the PS2 had to offer during this time with this set. I also think that if you're a collector, it's just like a staple. Like it's like having Final Fantasy X, or it's like having Metal Gear Solid. It's like, or Resident Evil. It's like one of those where you just gotta have it, or Silent Hill. You gotta have them. They're a lot of fun. Naughty Dog is still top tier to this day. I thought they did a great job. Don't get me wrong. I love Jack. I love all of them. But my memory, for some reason, I just have more memories of playing of enjoying Ratchet and Clank, or some other Ratchet and Clank. I don't know what it was. Maybe because everybody loved Jack and Daxter, and I was more like, I don't know. I don't remember actually why. I just remember, or I think I remember liking Ratchet and Clank better. But whatever. These are all three. Definitely a welcome collection. I would say 2 is probably my original. CD check real quick. Flo, do you see this? Do you know how old Have you ever owned something? Let's see what year this came out in. This came out in '03, so it's 22 years. Have you ever owned anything for 22 years and looked at it and see it as pristine as it was 22 years ago? That's what that disc looked like to me. 22 years of perfection. I think 2 is my original copy. I don't think 1... Yeah, 1 is definitely not mine because this... I remember picking this up somewhere. What a bizarre... I don't even remember what the hell this is. This is a map? I guess it's a map. You know what I actually liked more? Now that I'm remembering it? Sly Cooper. My memory of Sly Cooper was more favorable, more enjoyable than Jak and Daxter, which is a shame because I may or may not have Sly Cooper in this collection. But I was more of a Sly Cooper, Ratchet and Clank type of guy. Nothing wrong with Jak. Obviously, it's a cult classic. Is that even right to say? Oh wait, no. It's gonna go on the shelf. It's gonna go backwards. I don't know how I keep messing this up. Every time, you guys don't see this, but every time I pause this and I walk this stack back over, I have to literally flip it upside down. Which I don't get how I'm messing this up. It's really not a big deal. I'm just messing it up so bad. Then we have... So I recently saw in Reddit that I'm not the only person on the planet that collects jam packs. I love collecting these jam packs. Every time I see them at a Goodwill or a Savers or a thrift store, I definitely try to pick them up. Assuming that the CD's in good condition, which all of these somehow I was able to snag for like probably $1 each. It gives me, when you don't have enough time, like I said earlier, throwing a jam pack on and just picking a random game just to play the demo, not even the full demo, if you don't have enough time, obviously. But it gives you a lot of variety in a short period of time. Like, look at some of these. Primal's on here. Wild Arms 3 is on here. Tomb Raider. Tony Hawk, of course. SSX Tricky. Who doesn't like that? Baldur's Gate. This one doesn't have any titles. Oh, it's got Shadow of the Colossus. Sly 3. Look at that. You get Sly 3 on this jam pack. Man, anyway. I'm a big sucker for these jam packs. Anybody else out there in the comments collect jam packs also? Let me know, because I have some doubles. I was considering selling them, but my paranoia is like, what if I break one? I feel like the jam packs are probably more rare, right? Wouldn't jam packs be more rare? I kind of want to do that research now. I kind of want to go down that rabbit hole tonight and stay awake for 5 hours longer than I need to figure that out. Jeopardy, picked up my boy Alex. I love Jeopardy. What person in the United States doesn't like Jeopardy or knows somebody that likes Jeopardy? But I just picked it up. Definitely part of a lot, not my original. Because unfortunately, my boy Trebek here, has passed away. And it's like a part of my childhood memory was my parents watching Jeopardy and my grandparents. And I had to pick it up. I actually have never played that, but it would be kind of funny to pull that up, throw that in today, and see what kind of stuff that goes into there. Okay, we got Karaoke Revolution. I am a hardcore karaoke king. I recently went to China, and I'm planning on going to Japan. And I've been called the songbird of my generation, and I have a wonderful singing voice. And you can't tell by the way I'm talking right now because I'm doing this as fast as possible, and on no sleep after work all day. But I love karaoke. I love getting together with my boys and girls and doing some and theirs. People. I love getting with people and doing karaoke. I love Perfect Strangers. Just getting them to sing. It's kind of fun for me. Katamari Damacy. Let's be real. Must have for anybody looking. This is probably my original. Although I'd be ashamed to admit it with this weird dent in here. Maybe it's not my original. One of these days, it just sucks. So during Superstorm Sandy, not Hurricane Sandy, if you ask the insurance companies, I had a lot of my stuff in my parents' basement. A lot of my games, a lot of my things. And of course, everything got annihilated. And ever since Sandy, whatever I could recover and save, I've kept. Unfortunately, the Red Cross and FEMA, and whoever the hell else, the Army, I guess, was there. a lot of my stuff just got thrown out. A lot of stuff was just destroyed. Mildew and fungus and shit growing everywhere, and you know how it is. So since that year, I have been trying to recollect or repurchase my games. Because prior to that, in 2000, I sold a lot of stuff to buy a car when I was poor in college. And so after college, I started to recollect, rebuy my set. And wouldn't you know it, Sandy comes along, and my comic books just all got destroyed. So anyway, I tried my best to recover and save some of the games I did have on my bedroom. The majority, space. Living in New York, you don't have a lot of space. A lot of it was in the basement or tucked away in boxes under something. And of course, a lot of it didn't survive. So I've been trying to rebuild. And I don't know why I'm even saying that story, but yeah, because Katamari, right? So Katamari is a great game. I don't think it's my original copy though. Kill Switch, I love Kill Switch. I remember renting this from Blockbuster a few times. I remember the Blockbuster bin when this thing was thrown in there. Because I remember buying it used at a Blockbuster back then. This game took... something weird about this game. I just don't remember precisely what it was. But I do remember my fond memories of loving this game. I picked this up at some point in the last decade. I haven't played it in a hot minute, but I really should, because I did love me some Kill Switch. It was really awesome. It's about taking cover. You could do blind fire if I remember correctly, and I remember being short. I think I remember beating it in one night. That's why I kept just playing it over and over again. Then we got Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. This game blew my nipples for a ride. This was insane. The fact that we get Square and Disney and Goofy by far is my favorite Disney character of all time. Don't ask me to do impersonation, because I will. Yeah. The only thing that could have made Kingdom Hearts better was if it was a true turn-based game. And I know, not a lot of people don't like it, but imagine like crossing over like Final Fantasy Tactics and Kingdom Hearts. You have like Ramza and Goofy. Imagine like. Actually, saying it out loud now may not sound so good, but maybe my imagination looks better than reality, which is the case for many things I discuss. But anyway, must have 1 and 2. I have like the complete all-in-one set on the PS4. I have this. I literally. So a lot of these games, I failed to mention, I have also multiple copies of them on like current gen consoles. The remasters, the collector's editions, the collections. But if you're a purist, I can tell you that this is probably my original. I see this GameStop on, and if I would have bought it back then, that GameStop thing would have been removed immediately. I don't think I bought this from GameStop. I think I bought it from somebody who bought it from GameStop. I think this was my original copy. Oh no, this is probably not. I can tell already. Yeah, it's not. But whatever, this is my boy Goofy. Look at that. Look at Goofy just chilling out there, man. Who doesn't like Goof Trip on top of all that? Okay. Moving along. I think we're doing faster. What are we at now? 14 minutes? Is that 14 minutes for real? Alright, 14 minutes for a whole stack. We have Legacy of Kain. Defiance. Not my original copy. I actually just picked up Soul Reaver like remastered or something on the PS5 recently. Or am I just completely imagining that? I do have it on Dreamcast too. Dreamcast also. And I think that's where I first played it. I think I actually played it first on the Dreamcast. But I love Legacy of Kain. I love the whole series. Action, I guess the RPG elements. I wouldn't call it an RPG though. Definitely action, hack and slash. I would say maybe slash beat 'em up, hack and slash beat 'em up. Is that actually a thing? But I like the artwork. I like the style. I like the whole atmosphere. Next up, La Pucelle Tactics. This game is pretty cool. I I don't remember. This is definitely not my original copy. I think I picked this up somewhere along the lines, collecting the last 10, 15 years. Oh yeah, this is about the 3 chicks and that were like in an orphanage, and their mom was like a nun, or I don't remember the full story, but I can tell you the combat was interesting. I think I was on a hunt. I've been on a hunt for 25 years to find amazing turn-based RPGs, and I think this was turn-based RPG if I'm remembering correctly. I don't feel like opening it up and taking time doing it, but I can tell you that I did play this. I remember beating this at some point in the last 15 years, and I remember enjoying it. So there you have it. I mean, for whatever my memory's worth to you, I think it was a pretty cool game. I think it's definitely worthy of trying. If you like turn-based RPGs, I just remember there's a weird, interesting mechanic with that turn-based that wasn't really making me so happy, or wasn't really I wasn't really into it, I guess I was trying to say. But anyway, done with the stack. I'll be back with one more stack. All right, making our way through. I think we're up to I think this stack is letter L. What was the last one? What was the last video? What was the last game? Do you guys remember the last game that was just like a split second for you, but not a split second for me? La Pucelle Tactics, right. Okay, yes, we're up to L. Okay, we got Legaia 2. Dual Saja. Look at that, man. $5. I wonder what this is going for nowadays. Definitely not my original copy. No surprise there. Did I like it? Yes. Do I recommend it? I would say with a cautious yes. I don't really remember the story of this one, and that's kind of sad because I do remember enjoying it. Is this the same Legaia on PS1? Am I just like completely blanking out right now? Wow, EB Games. Who doesn't remember EB Games? Anyway, I think I remember it being cool. Legends of Wrestling. Why did I get this? Again, I'm a dude from New York in the 90s. I don't know what New York has to do with it. I'm a guy from the 90s growing up in the US. Let's just keep it like that. Keep it simple. Who didn't freaking love Hulk Hogan, man? Right? Let's be real. Even my friends who didn't like wrestling liked Hulk Hogan. You got Bret Hart on here. I think this was what was this called? Domination. Damn, I forgot these guys' names. Hawk and Animal. What were they? Oh man, my memory. My favorite wrestler actually growing up was Ultimate Warrior. And then like years later, when they kind of like up the production quality of or like the stories or whatever the hell you want to call it. After Ultimate Warrior, I really liked. Obviously everybody liked Stone Cold back then. Everybody in my school was stunning their mom and everybody involved. So I used to like what was his name, man? 1-2-3 Kid. 1-2-3 Kid was one of my favorites growing up. Okay, that was Legends of Wrestling. Did I even open it up? I was just like talking on a rant there. That's the inside. It's pretty cool. It's kind of manual. Not my original copy. This looks like this has been peppered with a shotgun, which I'm not going to talk about now because it's making me upset. Lego Star Wars. Here's an unpopular thing I'm about to say right now, and it might make you people, and you're probably thinking, what do you mean you people? It might make the viewers watching this not so happy. I'm really not into Lego. I'm there. I've said it. I don't know what the hell the craze is. Yeah, I mean, as a kid, I love Legos. I love Legos. I love video games. I just don't like it put together. And I don't know if that's like a weird thing to say, but that's just how I feel about it. Why'd I pick this up? Because I do love Star Wars. And I didn't have this. And I wanted to try it out. And I guess I liked it. I don't really remember it. Is this my original copy? This might be my original copy. Oh, wait a second. This looks flawless. This looks like it's a nice clean opening. Any weird things in here? Color. This might be my original copy. What year did this come out? Excuse me. My glasses have to come off again. 06. Well, that's when it was copyrighted. I forget if that's the day it was released in 06, or maybe it was under distribution in 06, but around that time, I think that might be my original copy. I don't remember. I can tell you I love Lord of the Rings. And you're probably wondering why don't I have any other Lord of the Rings. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the movie. J.R.R. Tolkien, if I'm not mistaken. I had the Hobbit books when I was a freaking child. My father gave me the entire book set for a birthday when I was probably 10 years old. Movies later, books are way better, as is always in life. Books are way better than the movie. I don't know of any movie that was better than the same book of the same title that I've read. For me, the books always crush it. The movie was cool though. A little long, but it was pretty cool. This was my favorite one. Why? Because it's got turn-based in it. Literally the only reason. I love the other ones. Legolas was probably the badass in all of them. He was so cheap, but he was pretty cool. That's the only Lord of the Rings games I have on PS2. That's sad. You got Mafia. Mafia was back when I was experimenting with these type of like violent games. PS2 got dark quick, you know. When GTA came out, Mafia came out, Scarface. I mean, Scarface the movie was sick, but definitely a cool game. I just don't remember too much about it. I probably should get into it again. And the reason is I think I had this on the PS4, the PS5, the PS3. I think I have it. I beat it on all of them, but I just don't remember it for some reason, which kind of leads me to believe it wasn't as good as I remember it being. Magna Carta, Atlas title. That's the only reason I picked this up. Definitely picked it up from Retro Game Con. Never heard of this game when I was younger. Love the cover. I mean, let me just get in there closer for you guys. You'll thank me later. Yeah, there's a little bit more of that. I'm not a weirdo, but I just like to share in the winnings. You know what I'm saying? Cool combat though. I do like the combat in this one. If I remember correctly, this had some weird timing element, right? Look at that, you can check the manual without having to, go online and search for it. Because back when I was your age, or when I was a kid, there was no, let me just look up every answer easily online. We had to figure stuff out. We were the guinea pigs. Alright, you know what, I'm taking a little too long to figure this out here. I'm pretty sure that this was definitely turn-based with some weird timing element, because I do remember liking this game. Because I was pleasantly surprised that I have never heard of this game, and that I also never what was it? I didn't know. Oh yeah, battle system. Yeah. First strike or surprise, and you control all the actions, including moving, attacking. Yeah, the chi types. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, there's a timing element to this. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that in the thing there. But you have to hit the buttons at the right time, or you would miss your attack. Yeah, I do remember this game. Yeah, this game is pretty sick. I don't know what Metacritic gave it or what other people thought about it, but I love this game. Part 2 I have on a 360, not so good. Great cinematics though. The CG was great in that game. I got Makai Kingdom. Picked it up because, turn-based and such. I don't remember not liking this game. Oh, I think this was the weird game where you start out super buff and then, you wake up and, you have all your powers taken. I could be completely wrong. Not my original copy. As you can see, something or someone has eaten this part of the cover art, which is sad to see. At least the manual's in here. But Makai Kingdom, pretty cool game. Etc. Next up, we got Mana Khemia. Another game I didn't know about. Picked it up at least at some point in the last 15 years. Not a childhood copy. I'll be honest, this is one I never heard of. Whenever I did discover this, wherever I was. Can't tell you too much about it. I do like the art though, man. Art's looking pretty sweet. I don't know, but looking at this reminds me, it's familiar. Al Revis. Why does this remind me of something? Anyway, Mana Khemia, there it is. Running through this. Alright, here we go. This was the one. Unfortunately, because it's The Matrix, but it's Path of Neo, I had to separate this. And you know what? I'm going to break this stupid alphabetical rule. I'm going to put this next to my other Matrix game, because it just makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Path of Neo is still The Matrix, so it should be next to the other one. Oh, it's got a receipt in here. Oh, this is not my original copy. Yeah, I was actually pissed because I remember what happened to my original copy. Look at that cover art. Look at that. Yeah, that's your boy Neo. Now you guys know the back lore of part of my name. I guess my YouTube name. Or my YouTube, my Clark Kent, whatever you want to call it. If you love the movie, you know this was the first one you can actually play as Neo. You can kick ass. It was in my original video I did for my PS2 showcase, and no complaints. Definitely for me it was a wonderful game. Still love to reminisce about it. Speaking of reminiscing, Max Payne 2. Max Payne 2 still for me is my favorite of the three. I have part 3 on PS3, and even though unpopular opinion, I think part 3 was also a phenomenal game. This PS2 is my original copy, if I believe. This PS2, Max Payne 2 is my original copy. I don't think this was my original. Yeah, this is not my original copy. I definitely picked this up on somewhere. I think maybe it was eBay. I don't remember. But Max Payne, third-person shooter, bullet time, just like the Matrix. Bullet time, third-person, beat 'em up. It's a hack and slash or action adventure game. Love Max Payne. I hope they make another one. They don't need to remaster them. They don't need to remake any of these. Let's get another one out there. Rockstar, I know you guys could do it. I know you guys have been busy on GTA 6 for 19 years, but maybe soon after that. Maximo. Picked it up. Not at GameStop. This is not my original copy. Excuse me. I'm like choking in your ears. Apologize for that. Picked this up. I saw someone else playing this on some other YouTube channel, or maybe on Reddit. Definitely YouTube. Yeah, it was a video, and I just picked it up because it looked cool. I have not actually played it. I don't think, because I have no memory of it. Next up, we got Mega Man Collection X and Mega Man Anniversary Collection. You know me and my collections. These also feel like they skimped out on everything. Yeah, these are very cheaply made. But you know what? To have all these games on here, I'm gonna run through these games real quick. Cool. There's actually no list. For the first time ever, play the original Mega Man 1 through 8. And I did another recent video, maybe with the last few months. I picked up another Anniversary Collection on the Xbox One. That game is cool too. I don't think it was the same exact one as this one. I almost dropped that. It would definitely hit me in a spot that would have made me really upset just now. We have Mega Man X Collection. Experience action-packed Mega Man X through Mega Man X6. Wow, so it's all 7 games in one. There it is. If it was a snake, it would have bitten me. Big fan of Mega Man, of the original Mega Man, of course. What person growing up on the NES days, did not like it? It's a freaking fantastic game. How do you follow up Mega Man with Men in Black, man? I picked it up because, between Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, I thought this was an epic movie. It was during an era when a lot of these actors were getting a second, resurgence in their career, and I just had great memories of this movie and loving the movie. And it's the sole reason I bought this game is it reminded me of that era. Give me memories of that time. I actually have never played this game. Maybe I keep the memories the way I have it in my mind better. Metal Gear, solid. Speaking of games that are freaking fantastic, not my original copy. What's more to say? Hideo Kojima. Metal Gear Solid. Do I have to even say anything? Is it my favorite? I'm gonna say 1 is my favorite on the PS1. Just because it blew my socks off when I was a little kid, and I have more deeper memories of that one than Sons of Liberty. Not to say Sons of Liberty isn't good. Sons of Liberty is fantastic, but and I think you should play it if you have never played it before, for sure. And I don't remember it being expensive. I'll probably be wrong on all the pricing memories I have. At some point, I'll probably watch this with the editing and whatever. Metal Saga. Atlas means I probably picked it up at Retro Game Con. Because I do remember playing this game. I think maybe I was looking for... I guess maybe I didn't know about this game, and I was hoping that this game would be like a Valkyria Chronicles. I saw tanks on the back. I saw an action turn-based RPG. And I was slightly disappointed from, if memory serves me correct. I don't remember hating it though. But I also don't remember being blown away. Look, it even has the dog, man. Rags. I mean, the dog's name in this game is not Rags. Valkyria Chronicles it is, but... Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see a game, you never heard anything about it. You see all the things that you loved about another game on this game, and that's probably how they hooked me. That's how they got everybody. Not saying it's bad, but, you know, it wasn't the greatest. I'm trying to figure out... 14 minutes? Yeah. Okay. We have Mojo Jojo. Picked this up probably last week. I think I saw this for $7 on eBay. And I was like, what the hell is this game? Yeah, that's right, because the disc was flawless. And you know what? You know me. You gotta put the picture of the disc on eBay or I'm not gonna buy it. You could actually make more money off of me if you put the disc, a picture of a flawless disc on eBay. I will pay for a perfect disc. I will not pay $500 for a game, but I will pay for a perfect disc. No idea what Mojo is about. Looks like it's a 3D puzzle adventure. Cool. I do like 3D. I do like puzzles. I do like adventures, so that should be cool. Alright, now we got Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Definitely not my original copy. Definitely something I picked up. Yep, I can talk about scratches. Definitely works though, because I know this is the last game in this stack, which for you guys in like split second I'll have my other stack immediately. But we're up to Mortal Kombat now, so we're about halfway through the collection right now. On my shelves anyway. We did the first 6 chunks up here, and we have 6 more chunks below. Nothing bad to say about Mortal Kombat. Just Armageddon wasn't my favorite. I don't think it was anybody's favorite, and if it was, let me know in the comments. Okay, so we left up at Mortal Kombat Armageddon last, and we got 2 more Mortal Kombats here, Shaolin Monks and Deception. Now, of the 2, these are definitely not my original copies. I do have the manual for both of them, but from my memory serves me correctly, I feel like I liked Shaolin Monks better. I could be completely wrong. The cover looks pretty cool, but man, the dragon on the original. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely getting the Legacy Collection, despite how bad I heard the reviews were on it so far on PC. Hopefully they can fix it between now and next week. It comes out on the 12th, I think. But I love this. I love this logo with this thing, dragon, so much that I even have a tattoo similar to it, which I can't squeeze on the camera. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, let's get a comparison here. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's get them right side up. I'm gonna have to flip the camera for you guys. Anyway, whatever. I'm getting carried away. You get the point. Mortal Kombat. It's Mortal Kombat. Not something to really spend too much time on there. MotoGP 2. This was part of a lot I picked up maybe 2 weeks ago. I thought this was probably incredible, right? Yeah, this was incredible. The disc quality. This literally feels like look at this. Hold on, that was a bad example. But like, do you see this? It's so firm still. That's what she said. It's like brand new. Like the cover looks brand new. The spine looks brand new. Everything feels brand new. It feels mint still, you know? I'm not really into motorcycle racing games, but it was part of a lot. And I was going to actually sell some of those games, but I kept this one. I kept the official game of MotoGP. In case you guys didn't know that. Here you go. Oh yes, Musashi, right? Samurai Legend Musashi. Yeah. So I don't know about you guys. I loved Great Fencer Musashi. So I remember being when this game came out on PS2, I was like, there was not a lot of, it wasn't like TV commercial. It was probably just like PlayStation probably not even PlayStation Magazine back there, or Electronics Game Monthly or Game Pro. It was everything, unless I read it. And how I used to even read those game magazines back in the day was when my mom would go food shopping, I would sit in the, the aisle in the supermarket where they had like magazines, not like at the register like today. There actually was an aisle in supermarkets back in the day where it was just literally magazines, right? And I would sit there and I would read every single video game magazine until one of the clerks would see me, yell at me for doing that. But I did it every single time. I didn't care. So I was never able. I didn't read about it, right? So when I saw this game years later, when I could afford it, I had no idea what it was about. I immediately thought it was just a sequel to Brave Fencer Musashi. You know, Brave Fencer Musashi came out on PS1, and I figured, okay, this is the sequel on PS2, right? Common sense. But boy, did they get me. This has nothing to do, if my memories could be completely wrong, but if my memory serves me correctly, this has nothing to do with the original. I don't think there's anything about it. I don't think it's in the same universe. And for that reason, I was upset. And because of that, I have no memories of this game being good or not. So there you have it. Whatever that means to you, enjoy it. We got a few of these games. So as I said earlier, I love making music. I'm not the best at it. I suck in real life at playing any real instruments. Keeping it real with you guys. But I like sounds. I guess is the best way to explain it. So we have Magic's Music Maker and Magic's Music Maker Deluxe Edition. Can't tell you what the difference was, but I saw this for, I think, for $1 each a few years ago. Probably in a thrift store or flea market. And I like to experiment with music. Electronic music, techno, trance, drum and bass, you know, liquid, acid, all that kind of shit. I like it. I like the way it sounds. I don't know. Somehow it stimulates my little brain cells. All right, moving right along here. MX Unleashed. This also goes with MotoGP. I never actually got into the MX Unleashed series. I never actually, owned one of these when I was younger. But it was in that same lot as MotoGP, if I remember correctly, a few weeks ago. And I just picked it up because I just kept it. I'm sorry, because it was really clean. Didn't really. But NBA Street. I did love this game. I don't think this might be my original. No, this is way too scratched. But this is funny. I just threw this in my PlayStation maybe a few weeks ago. Yeah, whenever the NBA season just started, it's like probably a few years ago. I just felt like I wanted to play a quick pickup game, at the courts. Soundtrack was sick. This game was probably one of my favorite basketball games. I feel like everybody sleeps on this game because it kind of looks like a little, what's the word? It doesn't have that real life simulation vibe to it. It's got more of like a playful, like graphical style. But don't let this cover fool you. The gameplay is amazing in this game. If you love basketball games, maybe because it's also like it's got like a little bit of old school 80s vibe to it. Like if you look at the back here, it's got Jordan, like that clearly from the early 80s with those socks and shorts that high. But anyway, you get the vibe. Basketball game, really cool, nostalgic for me. This is probably one of the only other non-Gran Turismo games I own. I like Need for Speed. I loved Underground. I used to play this with my friend growing up. Definitely, this might be my original. This might actually be my original, which means that this one is not my original. Could they both be original? No, this definitely wasn't. I never got into Hot Pursuit. I'll be honest. Yeah, it's definitely Underground. Underground was more of my vibe back then. I may have mentioned earlier, I used to have a '93 Honda Prelude, which I was a complete nerd about, and I was completely riced out. Years later, I can look back and laugh at myself for that. But honestly, I had a good time doing it. 5-speed, red. It wasn't the VTEC version, though. It was the SI. I wanted the bigger engine. Then I sold that car and I got a 99 SS Camaro 6-speed black on black T-tops, which was my ultimate dream car back then. Which obviously I had to sell since that was 20 years ago. Now I drive a very practical car. Maybe one day. Nightmare of Juaga. Everybody sleeps on this game. If you don't understand why, everybody sleeps on it. The most bizarre type of combat. I don't even know how else to compare this game to. I'm just going to put some footage on here, if I remember correctly. Neo, put some footage of this. I have probably included this game in several videos. I know it doesn't get the best ratings. I know it's not probably the greatest score on Metacritic. But if you like weird turn-based mechanics, this game is freaking awesome. For me, anyway. This is not my original copy, even though this is a pretty much brand new copy. Can you guys see that on the camera? I really hope this camera's picking up good, man. There is not a single... Oh, I spoke too soon. Right here is a little something. But this is sweet. Look how clean it is. The game is pretty cool. I personally like that game. I'm just going to go through this one. Love SpongeBob. Not my original copy. Picked it up as part of a lot. Nicktoons Moving. Couldn't tell you what this game is even about. So there you have it. I'm just going to blast through it so we save some time for us. Nightshade. Not my original copy. Definitely one I sold and or lost and or destroyed through some unfortunate natural events. Picked it up because I love ninjas. I love Sega. Maybe one of these days I'll have a crazy... I'll do another video of just my entire ninja collection for all my consoles because I collect for ninjas purposely. Weirdo. Odin Sphere. I mean, do I have to talk about this? This game is phenomenal. Not because it's Atlas. I'm telling you, even if it didn't have Atlas here, this game would still be phenomenal. Damn. I kind of want to play this game right now. This game, for me, is like a version of Dragon's Crown, with not as risque. Does that make sense? And with knights. Different story. Yeah, I remember beating this game. I don't know how many different endings there are, but this game is awesome. I know this game's on the PS3, on the PS4, and all that, but my heart will always be with the original on PS2. Although the remaster is really cool, especially if you don't have like any expensive upscalers that you're working with. All right, next up, Okami. Chef's Kiss on Okami. If you don't know it, it's got probably some of the most creative and best art style I've ever seen. This one I definitely did lose when I was younger. I definitely picked this up at least the last 15 years. I even have it on PS4. I'll buy this game on any console that it comes out for that I own because it's a phenomenal game. The story, the artwork, the mechanics, the whole style, the whole life of this was just phenomenal. Okami was fantastic. Couldn't recommend this one enough. Oni's a game I also wanted to love because, I mean, look at this cover. Ooh. Yeah, honestly, it just caught my eye. I saw Rockstar. I'd never heard of it. I gave it a shot. For some reason, I don't know if it's my TV, if it's my settings. This is a dark-ass game, and I mean that in terms of lighting. It's cool, though. I mean, it's not bad. I played worse games. It just wasn't what I had all thought it was going to be. It was a blind pickup. It was a cheap blind pickup, but, you know, it still cost money, but it was good. It was good, whatever. All right, here we go. Onimusha 1, 2, and 3. 3, for those of, you know, who don't understand what tree means. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. I know they recently I don't know, I shouldn't say recently. I know I have this also on the PS4. But the Onimusha series, man. I mean, what is not to like? You've got Capcom, obviously. What's my favorite? If you guys thought it was 2, you were almost correct. This is one of the weird ones where 3 was actually my favorite one. And if you guys don't know why, if it's not obvious, it's because it's got my boy Jean on here. Jean. I'm not a French speaker, so I'm going to say Jean Reno. If you've ever seen The Professional, you know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't say that's the only reason why I prefer 3 over all the other ones, but I would say it definitely tips the scales in that favor because of him. Onimusha's great slashing game, hack and slash game. Couldn't recommend it enough. I'm trying to speed through this really fast. This chunk took me 12 minutes. I'm getting faster. I just realized this. You guys can see that here. Let me show it on this camera too. It's got really cool. I don't know if you can see that there. The smile looks pretty sick. You know, I'm so busy with. We all have busy lives, right? And I really get times to really like. What's the word I'm thinking of? Admire. You know, to really admire your video game collection. I wish I did. I wish I had more time to do that. But okay, this stack is done. On to the next stack. Moving right along, guys. I probably got this freaking mic right in my face here. I'm trying to make some space. We are running through this now. We have it down to a science. This it should start going a lot faster. Not a lot faster now. Famous last words, right? Am I wrong? Okay, we got Orphan, Scion of Sorcery. This was picked up complete blind buy. Didn't have it as a kid, never even heard about it. Yeah, you can see the bubble wrap still in here from wherever I got it from. I can tell you, I'm not that impressed with this game. Doesn't feel good. I had high hopes. I should have, sometimes you find really inexpensive games, and sometimes when they're inexpensive, they could mean they're not that good. Or it could also mean that they were just, so readily available that there's no reason to charge an astronomical amount of money for it. This game was both available and not good, so this one caught me. So again, Orphan, not the greatest. Still, I am glad to have it. Here's one that's the greatest: Phantasy Star Universe. I wouldn't say it's the greatest in the series. I would say Phantasy Star Online was probably my favorite modern version. And I just want to check for Phantasy Star. Was it on the original Master System? I got this stack blocking my keyboard here. Was it on? Yeah, right. It was. This was the one I used to have. I used to have it on the original Sega Master System. I have, everybody and their mother has the Phantasy Star set. If you have any of the Sega collections, I'm pretty sure Phantasy Star is on all the Sega collections on all on major consoles. But anyway, I don't know what the hell. I just went on a crazy weird tangent there. I just ordered some food too because I just realized last thing I ate today was at 10 a.m. this morning. It was just bagel, some eggs in there, and a little hash brown, and coffee. So I haven't eaten since breakfast. I just realized that. I'm wondering why I'm starving and I have no energy. Okay, Phantasy Star Universe. Stay focused. We're almost done. Phantasy Star was a great game. I have no complaints about it. Wasn't my favorite. PSO on Dreamcast is definitely my favorite of the series in terms of moderner consoles. I do like Phantasy Star. I think it was 3 or 4 on the Genesis. I forget which one it was. Maybe one day I'll do a Genesis collection video. But for me, I love my PS2 is still my favorite console. Close. Dreamcast is so close. Like, it could, depending on the day of the week, one could beat the other. Phantom Brave. Picked this up on my hunt for turn-based RPGs over the course of the past several years, decades even. So I just ordered my dinner and just tracking to see what it's doing now. Imagination knows no limit. I know they recently did a re-release on the Switch, and I actually had picked up on the Switch too. Switch also. Can't even say Switch 2 anymore. It throws people for a loop. I don't have any complaints about this game. I remember loving this game, actually. Definitely turn-based strategy. Got my original copy. Definitely something I picked up over the last 10 or so years. Pirates of the Caribbean. Love Johnny Depp, despite about whatever weird horse shit he was doing with that lady. Still think he's a great actor. Still think the movie was okay. I just picked this up because it was part of a lot. I don't think I've actually ever played this game, or I would actually, go out on purpose and buy it. Not to say anything about anybody who loves this game. It just wasn't for me. I just liked it because I had Johnny Depp, I had Pirates of the Caribbean. I like Pirates of the Caribbean, and here's something I did buy on purpose. Not because the game is great, because it's not that good, but I used to love the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, let's keep it real. I don't even know their names. Bubbles? Whoever the green one was called, she was my favorite. Little badass chick. This was not my original copy. I can actually remember the guy at the register. I think I bought this at my local game store. The guy at the register was definitely nice. We had a quick chuckle about this one. Pretty cool game. We got Primal. Is this my original? No, this is definitely not. This is beat to hell. It could be my original copy. No. I did a video about this. One of my first videos on YouTube was picking this up from Goodwill. As I was trying to rebuild the collection. These are one of the earlier videos of me rebuilding the collection. I don't really remember this game, to be honest with you guys. I think it's pretty good. Well, I know for sure I heard it in the comments. Prince of Persia, this is back when Prince of Persia was sick. Not to say it's not sick now. This, for me, when I think of Prince of Persia, I think of the PS2, the 360. Yeah, great game. How do I describe this game? Well, if you played the recent Prince of Persia, it's like that, but this one was a little bit more difficult. This one also, to me, was kind of like revolutionary. I don't really remember it, but I do remember loving this game. We're going to keep it rolling, though. Now, PsyOps is... Let's take a pause here. 30-second pause. 30-second timeout, guys. PsyOps is one of my favorite PS2 games. Yes, cat? One of my cats is staring at me right now, distracting me. PsyOps is one of my favorite of all-time PS2 games. I've also recently played Control, and playing Control, literally, I love that game too, by the way, on the PS5, maybe on PS4 also. And I recently played that game, and the entire time of playing that game, all I could think about was how I wanted to go back and play PsyOps. Because it was literally the same mechanics. You could telekinesis people, you know, you could force people. You had the shooting, third-person shooter, same kind of similar story. Not to say nothing's wrong with Control, and this is not a comparison to Control. I'm just saying Control reminded me of PsyOps. This game was sick. This game is awesome. This might actually be my original copy. Oh yeah, this is definitely my original copy. Do I have any cheat sheets in here? No. Okay. Yeah. Just looking at it, this might be my original copy. I never kept a list of what was my original after Sandy. Just going by based on memory and condition. Okay, moving along. Punisher. Picked it up. I saw it on the extreme cheap on Goodwill or at Goodwill. No manual. I just can't believe the price this game is going for. Not to say it's terrible, but oh my god, look at this. You know what? I actually did a video of me playing this game recently, so even though it's that scratched, it still works. Now, who knows, like right at the end of the game when you're about to beat it is when the disc will fail. But I can tell you for the several hours I've played, it has worked. So, whatever that means. But a lot of hype for this game, and it's really expensive for some reason. I'm assuming it's the rarity, but it's alright. Although the Punisher is a pretty cool character. I like how the most recent rendition of him, I forgot that actor's name was, but he's phenomenal as the Punisher. Okay. Radiata Stories was a game, another Square game on my hunt for turn-based RPGs, where I don't know what to say about this. The combat was so weird. The story is so weird too. I think this is the game where you can actually kick the shit out of people if they're in your way. Damn, I don't remember. But I saw this, I forget where I was when I saw this. I saw it somewhere out at a store several years ago, and maybe it was actually at Retro GameCon. I might have picked this up from Retro GameCon last year. Really excited to play this because I've never heard of it. Radiata Stories. I saw it was by Square. It looked like it was turn-based RPG when I was reading it wherever I was at. I think it was at that booth, but I don't think it was. If I remember, yeah, it's this weird game where you can kick stuff. Whatever. Anyway, it's not a terrible game. It just wasn't what I was expecting. I think it's worth a I think it's, if you like these type of games, you might like it. But for me, I was a little bit meh, like that. I'm not really into shmups. And actually, I'm going to shoot myself for saying shmups because for some reason shmups just rub me the wrong way. Shoot 'em ups is not really my number one genre. Definitely my top 5. Saw this on the cheap recently and picked it up. If you never heard about it, it's a fantastic shoot 'em up. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. I'm more big into the music in shoot 'em ups actually than the mechanics. Ratchet and Clank, believe it or not, this is the only one I have in my collection. I just haven't found them, in the wild. Wow, this one is beat up. What happened here? This is broken. This is broken. This is definitely not my original copy. If it was original, the paper wouldn't even be looking this. Well, Disc is good at least. All right, we'll take the good disc. Maybe I have a donor case somewhere. Ooh, did you hear that? I just crack it even more. Is this ripping it? Oh yeah, it is ripped. You son of a gun. All right, whatever. Anyway, long story short, I love Ratchet and Clank. I like Up Your Arsenal. I just I have yet to see one out in the open. Believe it or not, as common as it is, it's not so common where I guess where I'm at, or where I've been looking. I know I can get it on eBay. I know. I'm just trying not to, trying to find it in a store nearby me. Okay, moving on. We got Red Faction 1 and Red Faction 2. Neither one is my childhood copy. Definitely picked up over the last several years. I can't remember about this game for some reason. I remember liking it. For whatever that means, it's on an RPG, it's not turn-based RPG. I think this was a first-person shooter, if I remember correctly. Just judging by the back, I think that is correct. That's correct. Well, I guess it's a good thing if I don't remember anything bad about it, but it could also just mean I just don't remember it. But whatever. Red Faction 1 and 2. I picked up this game, and I picked up the one after it and the one after that one. There's 3 games over the next 4 that I picked up for a specific reason. That's because they were about movies I loved. If you never saw Reservoir Dogs, the movie, and if you're... Sorry, my cat's going nuts. If you've never saw the movie Reservoir Dogs, and you are of a certain age to watch it, I recommend you watch it. It's a fantastic movie. The game, not so much. Unfortunately, definitely let down by the game. I just picked this up recently in the last few years again, just because it reminded me of that era of Tarantino where he was just pumping out classics. Mr. Pink, man. But anyway, speaking of classics, Rise to Honor. Well, not my favorite Jet Li movie, but obviously with Jet Li on the cover and me loving Jet Li, I would say The One is probably my favorite Jet Li movie, although I feel like they could have gone so much deeper in that story arc, on that universe. I feel like they could have made like an entire series of The One. Just the concept that movie had about basically that movie is about, which is nothing to do with this game, by the way, I just want to talk about that movie real quick. That movie's whole concept is there are alternate universes of you, right? So like, let's say there's 1,000 other universes, and on each universe there is also you, right? There's 1,000 of you, let's just say 1,000 universes, 1,000 you. If one of you were to die, right, by your hands, so like I'm from universe A, and you're from universe, and I'm also from universe B. If me in universe A went to universe B and killed me in universe B, I absorb his energy, his strength. So now what happens is, the 1,000, universes, there's 999 of me. I just get 1% stronger now, right? So in The One, he has went through every single universe, and he has destroyed all of himself in those universes, and he thinks like this is the last one. So because of this, both of hims, they're splitting the energy 50-50 of like all the people that he's killed along the way to gain and absorb all that strength. So I thought that was like an incredible concept, which I wish they would have done more with. But anyway, back to Jet Li Rise to Honor. Picked this up for the sole reason that it's got Jet Li on it. I've actually never played it. It does look like Max Payne with Jet Li in it. Clean copy though, I'll tell you that. Let's check the disc out. Yeah, look at that. The disc is pristine. It doesn't look like it was resurfaced either, but it's hard to tell for me. Okay, almost done with this stack. Risk. Global Domination. Never played Risk in my life. Fun fact for Neo Stash. Never played Risk in his life. I have no idea about it. Picked it up in the lot, I'm assuming. Rocky. I mean, you see where the trend is a lot of these games. It's got my boy Sylvester Sly on there. Yeah, that's about it. Is it a great game? No. Is it a great movie? Yes. And that's why I have it. Oh, You guys hear that? I just slam dunk this thing into that. That's gonna leave a mark. Rogue Galaxy, I feel it got unfair treatment. Great game. I don't know why Rogue Galaxy wasn't as popular as it was. Not my childhood copy. But as I said that, the bubble wrap pops out. Not my childhood copy at all. I definitely picked this up in the last however many years. Love the story. It's not turn-based, which was for me kind of like a little bit like, damn, it would have been that much better if it was. But can't say enough good things about it. One of these one of the games that in my collection that definitely deserves a remaster or don't want to remake it. I'm more of a purist. I'm not into the. I mean, Final Fantasy VII remake and rebirth. I mean, that's. I guess it's an exception because it's Final Fantasy VII. I would have preferred a remaster, honestly. But I'm not complaining that we got a remake. I mean, that game literally made me choke up. It's still one of my favorite games of all time, if not my number one game of all time. So I'm happy that it got a remake. But for me, normally I'm more of a purist. All right, this stack is done. Let me get one more. Back in a sec. All right, guys, we are cooking. We are cooking. We are almost done. I have this stack, and then I only have 3 more stacks. So potentially, if I could do this in 10, 30 minutes. In real time, less because I'm going to edit it down. You know what I'm saying? Okay, real quick. We got Romancing Saga. This might be my original copy from being a youngin'. Looks freaking pristine. I don't see any weird receipts in here. No weird creases or dents. This is definitely one I've taken care of. Big fan of the Romancing Saga series. I don't know if you guys played any new ones, but definitely a game I believe if you like RPGs. Is this one turn-based? Let me know if... I don't want to cheat and Google it right now and lie to you guys. I don't remember if this was turn-based or not. I don't think it was. But if it is, let me know in the comments. Definitely check out Romancing Saga. Moving on. Rugrats. I know I love Nickelodeon. My favorite Nickelodeon show of all time was Ren and Stimpy. I've got literally every single DVD and CD and Blu-ray of every single season available. Rugrats wasn't one of them. I just picked it up because one of my sisters loved it, and I thought maybe it'd be funny one day she came over and I would put on Rugrats for her. That's the only reason I have it. No other reason, but it's that. We got Rumble Roses. I fell for it. Honestly, it was just the cover art. You know, what do they say? This is not my original copy either. Yeah, definitely not. I think I did a video, actually. I did a video. Oh, yeah, this is like... So that weird outro you're seeing is from Rumble Roses. This game is pretty... You know, as fan servicely, caked up, cheesy as this game is, and it's obviously doing it on purpose to get you to buy this game, the wrestling mechanics are not that bad. Actually, I like the wrestling mechanics in this game. The wrestling mechanics in this game beat other actual wrestling games. Is it quirky because you can be weird and watch chicks in weird angles? Yeah. Can you rotate the camera and zoom in certain places? Yeah, it's weird. Did I buy it for those reasons? I don't think I did. I think I bought it because there was just chicks on the cover, not knowing that you could do any of that stuff in this game. But was I surprised when the wrestling was actually pretty good? For sure. Moving up. Scarface. I have a tattoo on my arm that says "The world is mine." Because I'm a huge Scarface fan, just like every other man, probably at my age and older, that saw this movie. Look at that. Comes with 2 discs. A bonus DVD. I don't even remember what's on. Do you guys even know what's on the bonus DVD? I could safely say I have... You know what? I'm going to pop it in and see if I can edit some of that footage into this video. I don't know what the bonus DVD includes, but I will check it out and report back to you guys. The game was cool. I wouldn't say it was stellar. I wouldn't say it was amazing. But it was cool. And look at that. I didn't realize it was Sierra published by Sierra. Fascinating. Things you learn years later. This has been sitting on my shelf for years. Love Al Pacino. Love me some Scarface. Say hello to my little friend. The whole 9 yards. It's just one of those things that, for me, I bought this years ago just for that one reason. Not even so much as the gameplay. more for the memories. You know what I'm saying? Next up, don't judge me. Listen, I love Shamu. No, let's be serious. No, seriously, I do love Shamu. I bought Shamu for sentimental reason, having to do with my mom. This is one of the movies she took me as a kid to see, and I'll never forget it. So when I saw this, I didn't know there was. Yo, did I just get Shamu and Free Willy confused? Yeah, that was my bad. SeaWorld, that's right. Shamu's from SeaWorld. When I was a kid, we would go to vacation to Orlando, to Florida, and we would go to SeaWorld and hang out and watch Shamu. That's why I bought Shamu. Not for the gameplay, for that memory. I unlocked the memory. But my mom did take me to see Free Willy in movie theaters. And because of that, I love Michael Jackson and Free Willy. Whew. Alright, crazy story. Yeah, I'm changed because I just came from being outside grabbing my dinner. Crazy. Remember I was just saying like a split second ago that I bought Shamu recently because of a recent trip I took. Out of breath. Because of my family vacations when I was a child, and I would go to Orlando and check out SeaWorld. The guy that delivered my food, I'm not even lying to you, I'm going to show this to you right now. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. How can I? You know what I'll do? I'll take a screenshot of it. Just in case, let me see. Can you see that? The guy's name is Orlando. The guy that just dropped off my dinner, his name is Orlando, as I was saying Orlando. Anyway, I thought that was kind of crazy. Perfect timing, huh? Alright, SeaWorld is done. Next up, we have a trio. Oh yeah. Who doesn't love Shadowheart? Shadowheart and Baldur's Gate and Shadowheart's the game. No relation. I think there's only 3 of them. Turn-based, you guessed it, RPG, 100%. Not so much strategy. Definitely storyline is sick, but it had a really cool mechanic where you had timing, just like like Magna Carta. You had to do certain timed, inputs to do the best, the double damage or regular, more than normal damage. Which one's my favorite? I don't think any of these are my original. I can usually tell. This one just got beat up. I don't think these were my original ones I had as a child, unfortunately. But if I remember correctly, I want to say this one was my favorite. Covenant. I could be totally wrong. Let me look at the back for a second. Give me one second. Let me unravel some wrinkles up there in my noggin. Oh, I think it was this one. I can tell by the enemies. Which one is this one? I think it was this one. Shadowhearts. Maybe this is just maybe the original one. This is the one where you're fighting on the train in the beginning, and you got the guy with the weird hat, and that's when you first turn into your Super Saiyan form. If that was this one, then this one is definitely my favorite one. I just forget, when you have all these games, it's hard to pinpoint every single detail from every game. But for me, I got all 3. Next up, we got Shadow of Destiny, which I think I bought this thinking it had something to do with Shadow Hearts, but it does not. I bought this also from Retro Game Con. I think some guy just walked past me, and I think he saw me looking at this, and I think he said, "Must play," and just walked away. Sir, if you're watching that, I don't agree with that. I mean, you know what? In all fairness, must might be a little bit strong. It's something you should test or check out. I don't know if I would put it up there like all-time must play, but it was pretty good. If memory serves me correctly, I don't think this was an action RPG. I mean, I don't think this was an RPG. This was, it was a puzzle game. It was alright. It wasn't bad. It was alright. Not my cup of tea, but I gave it a shot. Then we've got Digital Devil Summoner. Shin Megami Tensei. We got a few of these SMTs coming up here. What's not to say about anything that you haven't heard already about SMT? Devil Summoner was great. Not my favorite, not turn-based, but still the storyline was captivating. Raido recently just came out with a new. They just did a remaster of. I don't think it was. Was it the Soulless Army one? I forget. I actually own that on PS5 too. I never played it. Just my backlog is just completely out of control. And after Black Friday now and Cyber Monday, it was just completely out of control. The backlog. Are these must plays? I wouldn't say these are must plays. I would say if you're a fan of Atlas and you're a fan of that art style, if you're a fan, if you know what you're getting in for, and you want more of what you've already gotten into, I think it's worth checking out. Not my favorite on the SMT collection, unfortunately, but also pretty cool. If that makes any sense what I just said. Now we're getting into some of the more SMTs that I love. Digital Devil Saga, for sure. 1 and 2, for sure. Atlas, anybody? Let's expand on this. Let's hit the workshop together. These games are great, amazing. 100% turn-paced the way I like it. The story was freaking bananas. I've mentioned these two games in multiple videos of mine. Would love to see these brought back from extinction. These have been on the shelf literally for a very long time. I don't think I've seen anything. Have there been any, like, not even like remaster or anything, right? Like, this has been dormant since PS2, if I'm not mistaken, which is sad. Which is freaking sad, because Digital Devil Saga was fantastic, and it's probably available on some kind of online. Maybe it's on Steam. I have no idea. But if you can play it, definitely check it out. This is a must play for me. SMT, again, Nocturne. Not my original copy. This copy looks absolutely demolished. Oh, cats are doing something over there. Comes with a soundtrack, of course. That was a terrible flip. And the game. There's so many variations. There's so many What is this guy doing? I don't know if you guys can hear that sound. Oh yeah, he's freaking out. He's freaking out. You'll probably see him run around here in a minute. I always do the wrong one on this thing. Anyway, what was I just saying? I had this on PS4, is it on PS5? I think it's on Switch. But anyway, great game. If you're familiar with any SMT, if you're familiar with Persona, obviously, very similar in terms of mechanics, very, very similar in terms of capturing enemies and using them in battle. Very similar of all the things we love about why we find it similar. We got this. I have a sealed copy of this. Now, this seems kind of sketchy to me. This was extremely inexpensive and allegedly 2006. I cannot believe this is a real sealed copy from 2006. I know I have Persona 3, the whatever FES stands for. Oh, I have another shelf just of my collector's editions. The collector's edition of this comes with a book and a soundtrack. That one's open. That would actually... So luckily for me, when I was younger, I had a lot of my collector's editions higher up on the shelf in my bedroom. So thankfully, a lot of my collector's editions, like my Resident Evil Essentials trilogy on PS2, Hitman, Mortal Kombat. Well, you'll see in this video anyway. But anyway, Persona 3 was one of my collector's editions I had back then. So that one made it. I don't know how I got this version of it on sealed. I don't even know where I got this from. It doesn't look like it's official. Oh no. And the CD is in there. Just slam dancing around. But it doesn't look like it's... Don't they come with the seal on top? No, you know what I mean? I don't know. Something's up with this. Anyway, despite the fact, Persona 3, great game. And just in general, it's a great game. Not my favorite, but amazing. I'm more in love with Persona 4. I was literally just jamming out to the soundtrack before recording this video. I wonder if I could... Yeah, we'll see. Persona 4, if you love anything about Persona, you're going to love Persona 4. Persona 4 and Persona 5 is a hard tie for me. I don't know which one I would... If I was on a deserted island with electricity and a PlayStation and I had to choose one of these two games and a TV, that's a tough call. Persona 5 Royal or Persona 4? It's a tough call. You can't go wrong either way. Honestly, flip a coin. And then we got some shining... Whoops. Hold on, I gotta do it upside down, so that's why I put it in the right order. Then we got some Shining Force stuff going on here. So, I can tell you, I have no recollection of these games, but I can tell you that I think EXA... Was that this... Oh, wait a second. Am I getting this confused with Shining Tears? Oh, Jesus. I'm getting this all confused. Okay. Let's pull off a Shining Tears. Now, I'm pretty sure... Is it in here? I was just playing one of these, like, literally a few days ago. Intense real-time battles with their new level of tactical elements. No, it must have been this one. Yeah, it was this one. Shining Force Neo. Well, either way, one of these games is pretty cool. I don't remember playing the other one, but I was just playing one of these two literally just a few days ago. I don't remember exactly which one it was. It's been forever since I've loaded any of these up. I think this one might be my original copy. No, it's got a fingerprint. Unless it was me. Maybe it was like a drunk guy and I fingerprinted the shit out of this disc by accident. I don't remember. But I can tell you that from my memory, if it serves correctly, these are not turn-based. I think these are more action RPGs, which is still cool. But I never heard of this. I never played it when I was a kid. I think I picked these up in the last 5 to 7 years. I just don't remember exactly the deal with these two. But I had no issues with them, if that makes any sense. Alright, last one in this stack, and then we only have, I think, 2 stacks to go. I'll check. Shining Tears, I kind of gave it a sneak peek before. Unless this is the game I was playing. I don't remember. This doesn't look familiar, though. I'm gonna have to put all these 3 in right now, just so I can remember which one I was playing last. But you can even see it. I got the little Goodwill sticker on here. Goodwill sometimes got deals, you know? Let's keep in mind, I am purposely going out of my way to buy physical media from over 20 years ago. So yeah, if I can save a few bucks on something that is definitely not a must-have, I'm all for it. You know, don't get me wrong here. I love collecting. I mean, I've been collecting games since I was a 10-year-old. The older I get, the harder it is for me to justify spending as much as I need to spend on some of the more rarer games. That doesn't mean I won't do it. That just means I'm more conscientious and I need to justify it. But more importantly, if I could find it at Goodwill or anywhere used, obviously, for a smoking deal, I mean, who would not turn that down? I prefer it that way. You know, money is tight these days for all of us, and finding ways to get what we love, to do what we love, and doing it affordably without putting any unnecessary hardships through anybody that, you know, our loved ones or even for ourselves, for me is my priority. So as much as I love collecting, I will try my best to find it as cheap as possible. I don't care if it's brand new. I prefer it used because I'm going to open it up anyway. Except for that Persona 3. I don't know why I have it. I don't know how I got it. It's kind of a weird one in my collection. I don't know how it entered into the realm of my library. But alright, I'm going to change this stack, come back, and we're going to clean up, finish up this video. Thanks for watching so far. Alright, split second for you, next day for me. Good morning. We're continuing on. We left off with Shining Tears, I think, yesterday. And next up we have, for me, I consider this a heavy hitter, especially with the price it is today. And that is Silent Hill 2. I mean, there's so much anybody can say about this game. Obviously, very well known, thanks to all the movies and the recent remake, which I did love the remake. Kind of curious how you guys feel about this. In terms for the next remake, what are you guys feeling like? More like Silent Hill 1, 3, The Room? For me, I would love Silent Hill 1. As much as I'd love Silent Hill 3, I would like to see Silent Hill 1 remade first. You know what? Even if they don't remake any of them, I have probably like most people, the HD collection, which is probably not the best version, but it is a version for at least 2 and 3. But 1 right now is just trapped on the PS1, and it's extremely expensive. And it's a shame because it's a great game. I still think it holds up well. Same thing with Silent Hill, holds up very well. I mean, what is not to say about this? Like, everybody, I think, knows about Silent Hill 2. Obviously beat it a million times. This is not my original copy. I definitely picked this up over the last several years. I don't think I paid that much for it. I guess it just recently got repopular again because I happened to look up some pricing for this, and I was kind of shocked. But alright, here we go, moving on. Here's an interesting game. Here's another interesting game. A game that I don't think I went out of my way to find. I think this came in a lot, and that's The Simpsons Road Rage. I think it was in a lot. It's a little bit of, looks like some minor water damage that happened at some point in its life on the back here. The front, though, is pretty good condition. I don't know if the camera's able to pick that up. Manual. It's still like, what an opportunity to not include booklets and manuals in current generation, game cases. I mean, they do, but you have to buy the collector's edition or limited edition sometimes. But anyway, really cool game. I probably haven't beaten this game. A lot of these games in my collection I haven't beaten in a very long time. But I do remember having a fantastic time with this. Yeah, not a lot to say about it other than that. I don't really remember the plot or the storyline, but I do remember it was a lot of fun. All right, we're moving on. This next one, definitely picked it up for the wife. She once told me when she was younger she loved playing The Sims, and I thought, we have 2 cats, Sims 2 pets. I forget where we were at. I'm assuming we were probably at like a retro game store together or something like that. And we picked this guy up. Don't remember how much. I'm pretty sure it was pretty inexpensive. And actually, as soon as we got home, we threw it in and played it for a few hours. So I've actually never played a Sims game up until playing it with her that night. And I actually haven't played since. Neither one of us. And I could see the allure in this game. It was actually a lot more fun than I thought I was going to enjoy. I was never into it, like I said. So that was my first foray into it, and I thought, you know what? It was pretty cool. Alright, what do we got next? We have SOCOM 3 US Navy SEALs. Another one that's not my original one I picked up again recently, and this one is looking nice. We got this little thing in here. Manual. Yeah, this is in pretty good condition, actually. Besides this little crease there, this is not bad. That shit got the disc. You know what? It's not bad. I felt like, that was another game I had that reminds me of this. Maybe I got these 2 games confused, because one of these 2 games I did play a lot when I was younger. Yeah, I remember saying Squad-Based Tactics before, and I don't remember if it was... It definitely wasn't for this one, because this was in another shelf on the bookshelf. But I've definitely got this confused, I think, with the last game. Either way, I do remember playing this one, and I do love this kind of strategy. You know, I guess I'm a strategy type of guy. Definitely a cool game. Definitely should probably play this again, because I kind of forgot a lot about this one too. All right, let's keep it going. All right, what do we got next? We have Soul Nomad, and this is looking like a crusty case here. Definitely not my personal copy. There's a little hole here. I can't tell you anything really about this game. I don't know how I got this one or where I came across it. This could have been a pickup from a retro game store, or maybe it was that retro game con last year. Can't remember exactly about this game. Just looking at the back though, it does look like it's turn-based. Yeah, give me that vibe. I kind of want to play this right now actually, because I really think you can't go wrong. Well, I think it's worth a shot for NES games. They're kind of, up to par with what I like. Wish I could remember more about this one, but we live and we learn. Moving up, Soul Calibur 3. Yeah, this one is not my original copy, but for sure, I love me some Soul Calibur. Oh wow, it has 2 discs. The demo disc for what? What is this? Namco Transmission. I don't even know what this demo is for. That's wild. Namco Transmission. Well, I'm sure you guys in the comments below will definitely tell me what this one's about. I'm not gonna search for it. I'd rather see if anybody knows and wants to make it a discussion in the comments section. I think it'd be kind of cool. But anyway, this is a pretty clean copy. I don't believe it's my original copy. Could be. But this is immaculate. This almost looks like this might be my original copy actually. This is like brand new. Like I just took the seal off. But anyway, love Soul Calibur. I mean, who doesn't like Soul Calibur? Love to see what they do next in the series. Awesome game. Got a little stack here. Moving on up. We got Splashdown. Now I think I picked this up as part of a lot. Well, I think I bought a lot. I think I purchased a lot to get this game in specific. I think that was like a sports lot or a racing lot. And I really wanted to mess around with this game. It does look clean. Not a lot of damage on here. But really cool racing game. It's obviously on a jet ski. I forget how I found out about this. I feel like I watched somebody on YouTube, or maybe probably YouTube, and wanted to mess around with it. I've never played with it. I was never into racing games when I was younger, so when I stumbled across this recently, and by recently I mean within the last 5 to 7 years, I was like, oh, that's cool. Another game I've never heard of on the PS2. And so when I came across a lot, I believe it was on eBay. I remember seeing this was part of the lot, and the lot was all CIB, and I was like, you know what? Let's give it a shot. It seemed pretty cheap. I could probably resell a lot of other stuff, which I believe I have already. And I kept this one. It was like the cleanest one in the lot too, and it was the one I was looking for, which is kind of cool. All right, moving on up, we got SSX on Tour. I was gonna say SSX Tricky because that just naturally wants to come out of my mouth every time. No manual. Definitely not my original copy because I don't randomly lose manuals. But also another clean one. Looks like I may have picked this up at a retro store for a nice deal, because usually without the manual it's a lot cheaper than with the manual, so it must have been at such a crazy price. And since I love the SX, I'm actually a fan of Cool Borders. You guys remember Cool Borders? I was definitely a huge fan of Cool Borders back in the day, so picking this one up was kind of like trying to rebuild my snowboarding collection, which is a true story. I actually suck in real life at snowboarding, even though I consider myself being great at balance control and skating and ice skating and skateboarding. Any kind of sport with a board strapped to your feet, or even surfing or stuff like that. But snowboarding, I was not good at. I remember almost breaking my ankle when I was like 14 or 15. There was a skate park in Pennsylvania that my family would drive to for to do tubing and snowboarding and skiing. Next door to the skate park was this like little mountain. It was I just remember the name of the mountain, I forgot. But it's definitely in Pennsylvania. I think it's near Bushkill Falls. And I remember there was like a skate park, and then the next day we were like, you know what, we should try. There was snowmobiling and all that kind of cool stuff. And then I decided, no, let me try the snowboarding, at least like to learn how to snowboard. And it's for some reason, it's just got like a whole different physic to it. Like, I'm just not good at it. I was just surprised. I remember being really upset at myself. Like, how come I'm not getting this fast enough? But anyway, love me some good snowboarding games. Obviously, SSX is a great snowboarding series. Definitely, if you have never played it, definitely one of the games I would suggest trying out. And it's not that expensive at all. Star Ocean. Now, I have Star Ocean I have not this game, but I have Star Ocean probably on, I have it somewhere around me here too, on every other console. This is one of those games I get into and I forget, and I get into it and I'm like, oh look, they're making a remaster again of the same game I have on every other console, and I just keep picking them up. I don't know why. It's not stellar. Another Square Enix. This is not like, how do you say, it's not something I yearn to play. It's not like, oh man, I can't wait to go home and play some Star Ocean. But I do remember having a great time, enjoying myself. I remember beating this. So the truth is, I remember beating probably all of these games. I just don't remember the details about what the hell happened, which is kind of sad. There's a few handful of PS2 games that to this day I will throw in and just play for a few hours just to like remember the good times. But recently I've been really playing a lot of PS4, PS5, a lot of Switch games. I'm not sure. I don't think a lot of those games I'm playing now are better than, or some of them are up there in terms of the quality of it. But just recently I just started, getting more into the modern stuff. I would say recently, but like after 2018, after I got married, I should say. I started playing a lot more of the modern stuff on modern consoles. But anyway, Star Wars is just still a great series. If you haven't ever tried it, I don't remember it being turn-based. I think that's another reason why I don't really remember the details. I think it's more action RPG. Still an RPG. The next, we have a whole bunch. We have a little batch here. Now, I can tell you, I bought all of these from Goodwill in one shot. It was actually called a Star Wars lot. So we have, let's do this systematically here. We have Star Wars Racer Revenge. Oh wow, it actually came with the manual, but I don't know if you can see the cover is completely torn, the plastic here. It was a lot, and I remember making a video about this on YouTube last year. I think I picked it up. And it was all literally, it came actually rubber banded in one little brick in the box. We also have Star Wars Jedi Starfighter. I wouldn't say I'm a diehard Star Wars person, but I do love me some Star Wars. And I do love me some Samuel L. Jackson. No, I'm not yelling. This is the way I talk. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is a pretty clean copy too. Honestly, for Goodwill, sometimes you get lucky and you get really clean copies. Let me just check out this disc. All right, the disc is another story. I do remember in that first video, loading these all up and trying them one at a time, and them working, so whatever that means. We have Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. I am definitely more leaning on the Team Sith side. I've always liked the villains more, I guess, in games. And then we got Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Wow, they put the sticker right on this dude's face, man. Right on Boba. How are you gonna do that to my boy? Another clean copy outside of that sticker. Looks like it has the manual. Disc is in pretty good condition. Almost, I would dare to say pristine. I don't understand, I've opened up almost 200 games by now, or maybe even more. And I don't understand how, I don't know if the camera can catch this. Do you see this weird dent? Like, when you open up a game, how are you opening it up that it's like this? Are they opening it up like a notebook and flipping it around? Because I just don't understand how this is not even natural to open up something like this, this shape. And then we also got Star Wars Battlefront 2. I forget which one was my favorite growing up. I want to say it was Battlefront. I can tell you it wasn't wasn't the racing ones, just because I mean they were fun, but racing just doesn't tickle, doesn't tickle me right. Not that I don't like racing games, it just doesn't, I don't know, just doesn't do it for me after a while playing. I mean, it's cool for 15-20 minutes, and I just lose interest. It's probably my crippling ADHD. There's a little shot of all of them. Nice little hefty stack here. All right, after this we have Stella Deus, or Deus, the Gate of Eternity. Now, which one was this one? I do remember this one. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty good. Oh yeah, Atlas. Yeah, I definitely picked this up last year, Retro Game Con. This was on my list from, I should say, yeah, actually I made a list for Retro Game Con. I made 2 copies of it. I actually printed it out, one for me, one for my wife. Just so that it was such a big area that I had her also go around, and if she found something, she would, call me or text me saying, hey, I'm in aisle 9 or whatever, booth whatever, check this out. And I remember, I think she may have spotted this. She also spotted Hard Hitter Tennis and Choro Q. She was on the Atlas hunt with me also last year. This game is pretty cool. It kind of has an Eternal Poison kind of vibe to it, minus like the art style in terms of the colors and I don't know what they call that, hue, I guess. But this, I remember, is turn-based strategy. This is kind of gives you that FF Tactics Ogre kind of vibe. I remember it was definitely grid-based. I don't remember the story though. That's what's upsetting me right now. But I do remember enjoying this. You know what? I'm gonna have to throw this in. This is gonna have to be my priority one. I'm gonna play today. Because I may have said I was gonna play something else before, but yeah, we're gonna probably play this later today. I forgot about this. It's just so many games. Like my backlog is getting out of control as it is now. But I can't stop myself. I find these sometimes in the wild. Retro stores, game cons, probably eBay, Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes I even check out Craigslist. Looking for a deal. I'm looking for somebody that, and I'm not trying to say this as like a jerk kind of in a way. I'm looking for someone who doesn't even know the value of the stuff they're trying to get rid of. There's been on more than one occasion on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace where they're saying, hey, $100 or best offer for the whole thing. I'll go in, pricing out in my mind what I'm comfortable paying for each game. And if it's less, I'll say, hey, listen, I'll give you $60. I'll come pick it up. And if they say yes, I'm like, deal. Sometimes though, I will get there and the games the images sometimes doesn't capture the quality, especially if there's no scratches and stuff like that. So I remember on a few occasions where I've actually met up with people like at a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, rifle through the box, like, oh wow, you actually, okay, A, you have everything that you were saying you had. B, the quality is actually really good. I kind of lowballed you, so here's an extra $20. And sometimes like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting. I'm like, nah, I usually lowball people because sometimes on the off chance they just might say, oh yeah, And I mean, yeah, if I get there and the person's a nice guy or a nice person or whatever, and I feel like I really did lowball them and the quality is there, everything is intact, nothing is missing, I'll throw them an extra $20 or $10, buy them a cup of coffee sometimes, something like that. Because you also want to build a relationship with these people, right? If you're cool with them and they're cool with you, they might even run across something. Oh yeah, I remember that guy I met in Dunkin' Donuts. He bought me a coffee. I have more games I found. Maybe he'll like him. Let me send him a text real quick. Which has happened on a few occasions. So what does that mean? That means, obviously be careful when you're meeting somebody you don't know on the internet. But if you're cool, and they're cool, and you guys keep it cool, this could be a resource for you, like a source, like every once in a while you could throw them a text. Hey, how you doing? Happy New Year, Happy Thanksgiving. Just wondering if you ever got your hands on some new games and stuff like that. Keep the dialogue open. In my phone, I actually have everything pre-tensed like a VG, so I know it's like somebody that I've at some point bought a game from. Not that I freaking text 50 people a day, but every once in a while, I have little notes if I know it's a PS2 game I bought or a Nintendo Wii game. I'll even sometimes, I'm not saying I do this all the time, but I'm saying when I'm looking for something, I'll hit them up. Hey, how you doing? I'm the guy that bought this. Just wondering, how you been? If you ever got across something, I have my eye out for, Silent Hill 3, let's just say. And sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, but at least there's a chance. All right, I'm going off on a tangent here. Just 20 minutes on this episode. So just so you guys know, I have 2 stacks left, and then I'm thinking about going over some of my collector's edition stuff. We'll see how I feel. Just had breakfast. Feeling good. Feeling spry. Let's crack my back. Okay, here we go. Next up, another collection here. I definitely remember buying this at a retro game store out on the island. The Street Fighter Alpha Anthology. It's got Alpha, Alpha 2 Gold, Alpha 2 Non-Gold, Alpha 3, and Gem Fighter. This was sealed on the shelf. I think I paid $10 for this. I forget exactly how much I paid. And I'm surprised I didn't actually open this up. Do I have a scissor in here? Kind of want to pop this open too. See, this is what I'm saying. There's just so many games. I want to mess around with this right now also. But I must stay focused. Let's finish this. Anyway, so real quick, Alpha is probably one of my favorite series outside of like second and third Impact, like that whole series, Street Fighter 3 series. I just like the art style better, and I like the way Alpha played. I like the roster on Alpha. Not saying I'm like some professional Street Fighter player, but I do love me some Akuma or some Sakura. It's probably my top 2. I was not really a Ken and Ryu type of guy. I guess early on, like the original Street Fighter days, probably was, I would have to say, Ryu, or Ryu, however the hell you want to pronounce it. You guys will let me know. You guys will correct me in the chat. I feel like I'm streaming in the comments. Alright, anyway, this is what's included. Few games. I love these collections. I hope they do more. I hope I can find more out in the wild. Alright, next up is a stack. I actually ran out of space on my shelf, so this is 3 of the 4. I'll have the 4th one in the next stack. But I have all the Suikodens. I got, what is this? I got 3, I got 4, and I got 5. And I would tell you, I think 2 and 3 were my, well, 1 is, this is a rare instance where the first one is my favorite. 1 was definitely my favorite. It's probably unpopular, but it's just my flavor. I think 3 was my favorite from this, on PS2 anyway. I think on PS2, 3 was my favorite. That'd be kind of cool. I know they recently came out with the Luna. Well, they did come out with Luna Remastered. But they also came out with Suikoden 1 and 2. Definitely had to pick that up. The quality of life improvements, I may have said this in my other videos. The save feature and be able to fast forward stuff. But what a crazy jump, right? When you think about the art style, entire, system from Suikoden 2 to 3. It's like, for me, it was like a night and day difference. You're getting complete CGI. It's just like a whole, it's in that short period of time, the advancements in technology to make such a superior, visually looking game. Not to say that Suikoden 1 and 2 didn't look beautiful. I mean, I love the art style and the art direction with that too. But just in terms of technical resources, Now, yeah, what was I saying? So I think 3 was my favorite on PS2. Apologize for this. That was the timer. I'm washing my clothes right now. Just keeping it real. Damn, that threw me off. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so 3 was probably my favorite. I think on the PS2 thing. Oh, look at this. This looks like an Amazon ASIN. BOO is usually for Amazon. XOO I think might be for Amazon, but also I think it's for what is that called? Vendor Central, not Seller Central. I think so. Yeah. So for sure, these 3 are not my childhood originals. I do have my original one on the PS1, not Suikoden 2. I don't think I've ever. Did I ever actually own Suikoden 2? I think I only had the disc back then. I think I only cared about playing it. I just had the disc. But my original Suikoden 1, I do have complete in box. That one's definitely a childhood relic for me. Only because I was obsessed with that game. I think, honestly, just thinking back at it, I think Suikoden 1 was probably the game that actually got me into RPGs. I think because of that game, I was like, oh, so this is what RPG actually means. I had no idea about turn-based. I'm pretty sure it was that game. And then from that game, I started getting into RPGs in general. Maybe. What came out first, Suikoden or Final Fantasy VII? Because I remember being in high school for Final Fantasy VII. I'm gonna take a quick detour here and I just need to do this real quick because this will literally bother me. I think it was 97, right? Final Fantasy 7 came out, January 31st, 1997. All right, and let's see, Suikoden 1 PS1 release date 1995. Yeah, so maybe it was actually Suikoden 1 that got me into all turn-based RPG genre. What a tangent I just went on. All right, I'm gonna put this stack back. I'm going to grab another one, and we'll just take it right. Alright, so one of the Suikodens I left out from that last stack is Suikoden Tactics. Pleasantly surprised about this one. I recently found out about this one, and I realized I didn't have this in my initial Suikoden collection. I think I picked this up, I think it was an eBay deal. I don't think I paid a lot for this either. But you know me, sucker for tactics, but I don't think this was actually... Yeah, it did have the tactics vibe I was looking for. Actually, I think I really enjoyed this game, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah. Anyway, so not 100% sure based on my memory, but yeah, I definitely wanted to have this in my collection. I wasn't too familiar with this game when I found out about it recently, in the last 3 to 5 years maybe. Another treat on a PS2 that I had no idea growing up. Was glad to add it to my collection. Definitely had a little bit of fun with this. I want to fire this one up too. Just add it to my long list of backlog activity I need to catch up on. Next up is everybody's favorite Genesis mascot. That's Mr. Sonic. We have the Sonic Plus Mega Collection, or Sonic Mega Collection Plus. Take a blast into the past with incredible Sonic value. And who doesn't love value? I mean, I love value. We have 7 classic Sega Genesis games plus 6 additional Sonic Game Gear titles. Unlockable games and secrets, and a redesigned interface and extra bonus material. I mean, what a deal. This is the stuff I eat up. I love this kind of stuff. Looks like it's not an OG Sony PS2 case. I mean, that's probably why I got it for deal. I think I may have just recently picked this up, like maybe within the last month or so. If I did, you will see somewhere on this screen around me in either an eBay or Goodwill or some confirmation of what I paid for this. I don't remember paying a lot. You might think it's kind of funny to buy a collection on PS2 for a Sega Genesis game, especially now with Sonic's available like on every console on current gen consoles. But for me, it's more of the history, and it probably sounds really weird, but just for me personally, seeing Sonic on a PlayStation 2 will never feel normal. You know what I'm saying? It's just incredible how much has changed since Sonic was first displayed or presented or launched. But Sega, look at this cover art. Yeah, this is pretty cool, man. And Knuckles is my boy. I liked him out of... If I had, a life raft and I had to give one of these guys had to survive, don't mean to get too morbid. I would definitely be throwing a lifeline to my boy Knuckles. He was my favorite. Alright, anyway, let's keep it going here. This is the second to last stack I have here. So I'm gonna try to go fast because this video might be easily over 2 hours, and my goal was to get everything under 1 hour. And I think I'm failing at that pretty bad. But if you watch it in 2x speed, which I don't recommend because my voice will sound weird, you could watch it twice as fast. We have Summoner 1 and Summoner 2. Where to start with these guys? Let's start by saying these are not my childhood original copies, because I never played this when I was growing up, because it didn't look cool to me back then. I can tell you, as I got older, these games looked a lot cooler to me. And that's how I stumbled across these. I can also tell you that I don't know a whole bunch about them, but I saw both of them sitting on a shelf at a store nearby. And I think the guy even said that he may have just somebody just traded it in and he just literally put them out there, or it could just be a sales technique, and who knows what the truth is these days. But I picked them up. It was very inexpensive. I don't know if these are great. These are definitely on my list of trying out. And once I do, I will let you know. You know what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? All of these games that I have not played yet, that I have just found out about in the last decade or so, I will make a video specifically about PS2 games that I found out within the last 10 years that I finally tried for the first time. Because for me, that would be kind of interesting. And I kind of want to document that so that future Neo kids or future Neo can remember that. But alright, next up we have Super Monkey Ball Adventure. Not my OG copy, which is probably about 90% of this stack, of the entire collection, I would say. But I'm a big fan of Super Monkey Ball. I've got it on every single console. It's just one of those games where you can pick up and play and mess around with. Funny things happen. Is this? Oh yeah, this is when you're actually in the ball. Ooh, I almost got this confused with Super Bomberman for a hot second. Yeah, this one is hilarious. Actually, I remember playing this with my wife recently, and it was. Actually, you know what I should do? I should record her playing, because she is not dexterous in the hands when it comes to holding a controller and remembering which buttons which does which thing. So it's hilarious. But we had a great time. Balancing game, you know, the level moves, you're in a ball, you have to keep your balance or you fall off the level. The goal is to beat the level as fast as possible. Sometimes there's little hidden missions to accomplish a certain task. You can't go wrong with Super Monkey Ball. I think it's great for the whole family, as they would say. Next up, we got Super Trucks Racing. I will be completely honest with you. This was literally, I picked this up very recently. It was in a lot. And I literally was about to list this item to sell on eBay. And right before I did it, I just took a quick glimpse one more time just to make sure that what I was describing in my listing was accurate. And it made me realize, like, wow, this is an exceptionally clean copy. I guess even the original owner probably never played this, because even inside, it's even when you try to open it up, it's resistant. It's barely been opened up. Oh yeah, and the disc, outside of a smudge or two, is completely flawless. So I was like, you know what? I was gonna sell for probably $10 or $8 or maybe $5 plus shipping. I forgot what I was doing with that. I was like, honestly, for $5, I'm gonna keep it, and that's why I have it. I haven't played it yet. I do like trucks though. Trucks are pretty sweet. Next up, we have a classic here, Tenchu: Wrath of Heaven. Loved the original on the PS1, or I shouldn't say the original. Loved the first title in the series on the PS1, which I forgot what it was called. This one is more along the lines of that one, jumping from roofs, because I was so cheap. I would just hide on roofs all the time. I'm sure everybody did. I mean, what else are you gonna do? I don't think I've actually ever played this one though. Let me just check out the manual. Let me see what's going on here. Take a quick scan. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, we got characters that I was looking for. So Ayame, huh? Looks like she's new. Was she in the last one? I'm not sure. Haven't played it, but I love Tenchu. It was, for me, when I played it on the PS1, the first title in the release, in the collection, I was blown away by this game. And I saw this somewhere, definitely not my original copy, and I picked it up. Can't go wrong with any kind of Tenchu games for me, honestly. I don't care what the Metacritics say or the Super Critics say or whatever. I like that type of gameplay. Another game I was about to sell. I think this may have been in the same lot as Tenchu, because I remember about to list this, and you can see, I don't know if you can even see in the video here, it's severely water damaged. It's wrinkled like hell. The original case literally looked like it was run over. And I was gonna sell it as is, and I found a donor case And I was like, oh wow, it's it's actually pretty clean once you put the artwork, the cover art in this new case, and but the disc is hella scratched. And I was like, you know what? It came in part of a lot. It may or may not work. It worked for my console, but I don't know. I feel like just because it works on my PS2, it might not work on others, especially if the situation with the laser. I don't know if that even makes a difference. But I'm like, you know what? Instead of chancing it, someone leaving me a bad review because I say it worked on my console, but for some reason it doesn't work on yours, which could happen. I was like, I'll just keep it because I don't have any other Terminator games at all, and I'm a huge fan of Terminator. I just recently pre-ordered the 2D No Fate, the collector's edition, and the standard edition. Because I'm a big Arnold Schwarzenegger fan. T2 is still my favorite movie in the series. I'm sure it's everybody else's favorite movie. The T-1000 was so sick. The concept back then was just wild. So that's why I got the game. There's no other magic. I've never played it. Next up, we got Tetris Worlds. I mean, do we have to even talk about Tetris? It's probably the #1 sold game on the planet, maybe even interplanetary at this point. Yeah, Tetris. Let's not even waste time on that one. It's a great game. It's literally on everybody's cell phone at some point. Oh, I picked this up because my wife... It's so interesting. Games that I just am not into, like world building and Sims and theme park creating and that kind of stuff. I have no interest in these type of games. I don't know if it's because I don't have the patience. But my wife likes these types of games, so I picked this up. Or maybe we were together and she said she wanted to pick this up. I think it was super clean. Yeah, look at this. This is like a brand new game. The disc is a little dusty. This is on me. But yeah, so we picked it up. I have never played it. It's part of the collection. It's mostly for her. She loves these kind of things. Has she played it ever? No. But the option's there for her when she wants to. Alright. Halfway through the stack. We're almost done. Rainbow Six Lockdown. Truth be told, I never got into Rainbow Six on the PS2 days. I was actually more into Rainbow Six Vegas on the Xbox 360. This came as part of a lot. Can't tell you anything about it. I've never fired this one up. It's one of those games I was considering selling, but I don't know if you just saw, but that CD was mega scratched. And I'm thinking about buying a resurfacer because I do have a lot of games that I get sometimes in lots. And some of them are genuinely games I want to play, but they're really messed up and they don't work. And I don't just want to chuck them. I also don't want to pay to get them resurfaced, because then I'll always have to pay to get them resurfaced. So I've been debating about buying a resurfacer and resurfacing all the games, keeping the ones that I want for myself to play and selling them. And I would be considering selling this game because, it's an alright game from what I remember, but just never got into it on the PS2. Not to say it's a terrible game, it's just me. Next up, we have a little stack here, a little collecting, one of my all-time favorite games. You can even see some of it back here. I have some of the collector's editions up there on the shelf behind me. That's Tomb Raider. I mean, I love Tomb Raider. The game, for me, revolutionized what I thought video games could even be about, going back to Tomb Raider 1 on the PS1. Never played it on the PC back in the day, but I love Tomb Raider. I'm a sucker for those 1 through 6, 1, 2, and 3, and then 4, 5, 6, the 2 collector's editions that came out. I have them literally sitting on the shelf. I bought the standard edition. I have it on PS5 and on Switch. I'm hardcore. I don't mean hardcore in terms of like having really good skills at playing the game. I'm hardcore in love with the Tomb Raider franchise. I will support it. So whoever's developing the next one, you can funny. Just don't make it too bad. So we have Tomb Raider Underworld, Tomb Raider The Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider Legend, and Tomb Raider Anniversary. And I've definitely played all of these games at some point in my life. And would you look at the cover on that? I just realized it's a little bit of can you see that little holographic thing going on here? Let me use this camera. Can you see that? Yeah, sick, right? Yeah. I've beaten all these games definitely as a child. None of these are my original. I definitely started collecting these recently. Just because I'm a fan. I can safely say, though, I have beaten all of these. I did own these at one point or another when I was younger. I just don't remember too much about it. Ooh, this manual's a little bit beat. Definitely got some motor damage in here. But look at that. Blockbuster. 8/18/2003. Man, what a good time. 22 years ago. Plus. Except for Tomb Raider Underworld, I don't think I had this one. Yeah, because this looks a little bit like it's the newer art style. What year was this? Man, I cannot. 2008. Yeah, I think around 2008, I was already on PS3. I wasn't collecting. I wasn't playing PS2 at that time. Around that time, a lot of my stuff was in storage, but I don't remember owning a copy of this game when I was younger. So this is probably one I haven't actually played yet. Which, looking at the back, it actually looks very familiar. Maybe I did play, because I'm seeing this squid, and I remember that level with the squid, where you have to drop the rock on his head to clear him so you can walk through that, get past it to get to the tunnel behind it. So maybe I actually did play and beat this. So ignore everything I just said. Long story short, I love Tomb Raider. Definitely worth checking out Tomb Raider games. I just recently picked up on Limited Run. There was a sale on the vault. Hey, let me show it to you guys real quick. So I would feel like I would be doing you guys a disservice by not sharing with you what I just picked up from Limited Run. It was on the vault, or in their vault. They had it's something I've kept my eyes on for a while. Yeah, it was this right here. I picked up the Lara Croft collection, $39.99 US. I just picked this one up, and I picked up another one in the vault. Let's see if I remember what it was. Oh yeah, Clock Tower. Yeah, because this is one I've always wanted. I missed out the first time, and this is going for like $60 on eBay right now. So I was like, well, this is the only time I'll probably get it left, since this might be sold out eventually. But yeah, I missed out on this, so I'm happy. I just picked up these two recently. Anyway, so I figured I would just share that with you guys real quick, since we're talking about Tomb Raider, of course. Alright, anyway, focus. 17 minutes on this chunk. We have 4 games left in this stack, and then we have the final stack. So thanks again for staying with me. Here we go, 4 more to go. Tony Hawk's Underground. Speaking of Tony Hawk, earlier in this video, a little bit foreshadowing, this is the only Tony Hawk game that I own on the PS2. And not to say I don't like Tony Hawk. I idolized Tony Hawk when I was younger. There's a ton of games. They're easy to get. They're not hard to find. I think they just came out with 6-7. 6-7. I think it was 3+4. Anyway, something like that just came out recently. So for me, I know at some point I'll get them all again. I'll collect them all again. I definitely played this growing up. It's typical Tony Hawk game. Nothing really extraordinarily brand new occurs in each one. They just kind of build upon the existing. And what else can you do? Once a kickflip, always a kickflip, right? That's Tony Hawk's Underground. Next up, we got Taurus Trophy. Taurus Trophy was actually also in that Super Trucks racing lot. I was also going to sell this one, but let me show you guys how clean this is. Oh, actually, no. Maybe, this one was the one that was scratched. Yeah, you see this ring around it? Okay, so Super Trucks was mint, and this was the one that I was going to sell. It did work on my PS2, but I was not chancing it. So I was like, let me save it in my collection. Let me not chuck it, because at some point I will get a resurfacer, and I will clean this, and then maybe I'll sell it, or maybe I'll keep it. But it's a pretty clean copy. Other than that, the case, the manual is pretty crispy. It's pretty good. Everything else is pretty good. I'm not sure if this is a valuable game, but I just couldn't see myself chucking it in the garbage. I know I can get that resurfacer and resurface some of these games and keep them and restore them, to their glory. What a shame to throw this out. Everything being perfect. I guess that's signs of a hoarder, but that's fine. Next up is a game I should throw out, and that's Trigger Man, but I won't. This also came as a lot because I remember playing this as a kid and not liking it. But this game is so frequent. It's like you can find this pretty much like on every corner newsstand at this point. I don't know why. It wasn't that. I remember it not being so good at not the game not being so good. But it wasn't a lot. Just happened to pick it up. And I kept it. Maybe I'll sell it. Maybe it's not even worth enough. It's like, for me, it's not even worth the hassle of selling. I'm just gonna keep it. So that's Trigger Man. It's a third-person shooter that was not perfectly executed with the controls. And you get the gist. You already know I'm going with that. Last in this stack, Trivial Pursuit. Only reason I've decided to keep this was because this is just a piece of, pop culture history. At some point, I would love to get back into this and see, just like Jeopardy, to see like what kind of, at that point, was popular kind of trivia stuff going on. But I thought it'd be a kind of a fun game to play at some point if I have any friends over. And not like I ever think I'd have friends over and the first thing I think about is, hey, let me turn on my PS2. But it would be kind of like a fun little party trick or a party gag or whatever you want to call it. But okay, this is the second last stack. I'm going to bring out the last stack and we're going to close out this video. Hang tight. Alright folks, this is the last stack in my collection. And I'm hoping that I've kept the counter of all the games I have that we've reviewed so far and talked about. I really do. Because I lost track of how many I've showed already. So we left off the last one with Trivial Pursuit, so we're up to T's. And this next game is a game that was the last game I picked up from Retro Gamecom on my Atlas hunt. And that was Suganai Atonement. This was a game that I knew little to nothing about. But I knew it was on my Atlas list. I should probably preface it by saying it was on my Atlas PS2 affordable list. There's tons of Atlas games that are really expensive and wasn't on that list at Retro GameCon. I figured I'd probably get the best deals that last day on anything I had on my list that I was comfortable paying. I even put a little price on there saying, okay, this is the range I can see on eBay and on other DK Oldies and like all those other sites. So I knew what I can get it for on those sites, and I brought my list with me to Retro GameCon. And the first day I had my eye, and I would write notes. I had a little. I'm a. What do you call that? I am super OCD. I do everything in Microsoft Excel. I literally live my life through Excel. Bills, credit card points, filter changes. Everything is scheduled with formulas and macros in Excel. I use Zapier for everything to remind me, even with emails. I'm nuts with this, right? So my list in Excel, very similar. At the game, I had CIB, brand new, disc-only pricing. I created a scrape sheet for myself for all the retro websites like the DK Oldies. There's another one on there, Video Games Store, Cheap, Video Games Direct, or Video Games Direct, Video Games Plus. All the sites that eBay, of course. So I knew what it was going for, and I left the blank cell to the right for notes. And as I was walking around through, this is last year, through Retro GameCon, and I saw games that were on my list, I would notate the aisle, the date, and the price I saw it at, right? And I did that for a list, and I wish I would have kept that list. It's definitely somewhere in my Google Sheets somewhere. But at the end of the first 2 days, I had notes for every single game. I knew exactly where to go. I knew exactly what the price was. So on the last day, that was literally my roadmap, right? I circled the ones that I was like, okay, these are the ones I found that I really, really wanted. I had to prioritize actually from most wanted to least wanted. And I just went down the list. And this was one of the games on the last day that they slashed the price. And I think I paid $45 or $50, which for me is still a lot of money. But 3 days earlier, it was, I think, $90. And on all the retro websites like Lucky's and whatever the other sites were, I can't think of any of the names, eStarland, they had it for over $100, right? So I knew I could never get that price based on all the research I've done on all those sites, including eBay. And I also knew that it was the last day and they would take a nice cash deal. And I wasn't a scumbag. I didn't go in there demanding I was going to give you $40 for this. They told me. So, yeah. So that's why I have this game. I haven't even played it yet. But can you see this? Let me see if the camera can pick this up. This is literally, it looks like it's brand new. I couldn't be, more. If this looks like if I personally would have owned it, this is how I would have kept it. It is in fantastic condition. There is not even a dent, minus that right there, on the manual. The disc looks like it's never even played ever in its life. Even under it looks brand new. Dare I sniff this right now and get that new factory fresh scent? I won't. But anyway, I can't tell you too much about it. I just know it was an Atlas game that was on my list. It's been on my backlog since. Obviously, some type of RPG. I'm thinking, because that's usually what I go for, what I collect. Yeah, that's the story. That took exactly 4.5 minutes, longer than it needed to. But that's how we do things here. Next up is Turok Evolution. I gotta say, when Nintendo 64 came out and Turok 64 came out, at around that point, I wasn't into Nintendo 64. But one of my sisters was all about Nintendo 64, and she used to play Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64. She was a Nintendo person. I was the Sega person in the house. My mom, obviously got me into video games, but I picked this up in a lot. I've actually never played it. I can't tell you about it, unfortunately, but I guess it's Turok. I mean, if you know Turok, I guess you know Turok. I don't know. I guess comment down below. Let me know if Turok was good on the PS2. I knew on Nintendo 64 it was pretty cool because I remember friends playing it, but I have never played it on PS2. Next up, we have Unlimited of All Unlimited, the Unlimited Saga, or otherwise pronounced Unlimited Saga. Yeah, exclusive preview inside of Final Fantasy X2. Where's the preview? Is it on this disc? Or is it in the manual? Is it like, are they going to talk about it in the manual? Oh, is that what it is? Is this the preview? The adventure continues fall. Guys, the adventure continues fall of 2003. Let's hope we don't miss that. Oh, look at this. Is this the preview back here? Oh, is that from that's from this game? Yeah, I can't tell you too much about this. I saw this somewhere, and it was if memory serves me correct, it was for a pretty decent price. But if you can see on the cover here, it looks like somebody took a box cutter and just sliced the shit out of this thing. But whatever. I wanted to play it. Never played it growing up as a kid. I don't think I've ever got into the Saga series. But it's Square, so I guess you kind of know what you're getting into, to some degree. But anyway, there it is, Unlimited Saga. Haven't played it yet, but I'll let you guys know. Of course, you can't live life without getting Wheel of Fortune on the PS2. I mean, how do you not? Yeah, right? Okay, moving on. We have a little triple set here. We have Wild Arms 3, Wild Arms 4, and Wild Arms 5. Now, I loved Wild Arms on the original PS1. I actually liked Wild Arms 3, if I remember correctly, the most on PS2. But, yeah, what's not to say? Turn-based, not strategy, or not at least grid-based, but it is turn-based, and I'm just obsessed with turn-based RPGs. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was turn-based. I think it was one of those weird turn-based ones, too, where your character does an action in between their ATB gauge filling up or whatever. Similar to like a Grandia or a Skies of Arcadia. But that's 3. Let's check out 4. I don't think I've... You know what, honestly? I don't think I've beaten... One of these I've played but never actually beaten. It was either 4 or 5. I just don't remember. But there's not a lot of negativity I can say about this. In fact, I would say you guys should probably play these games. Yeah, I bought this one recently. It's interesting though, because it has an Amazon ASIN on the back, or Vendor Central ASIN on the back. I don't think I've never, and full disclosure, I have never bought a used retro, and I mean retro, I mean non-current gen, or at least nothing before PS3 on Amazon. So it's not my style. So yeah. So anyway, that's Wild Arms 3, 4, and 5. XC did 4 and 5, it looks like, and then Sony did third one. It's so cool seeing the label. Can you guys see that label right there? Yeah, I like that. Anyway, that's Wild Arms. I'm not sure. I'll put the prices up there. I'm not sure what these go for these days. I've definitely picked these up a hot minute ago. We have Reckless, the Yakuza Missions. Definitely a lot game. No manual. Sounds a little raspy. Does look cool though. Does look cooler than Choro Q, I'll tell you that much. You guys know how I feel about that one. But I get whatever, racing game looks like, something to do with Yakuzas. Can't tell you too much about it. Maybe you guys let me know if you guys love this game. Maybe you guys should say I should try it. Maybe you're like, hey Neo, if you like Need for Speed Underground, you would love Reckless. That'd be kind of a cool little comment. Because I would never think twice. I'm like, it's like just racing shovelware or racingware. I don't know what it is. Next up, we got a few wrestling games coming up here. We got SmackDown vs. Raw 06, and we have SmackDown You Shut Your Mouth. And what's interesting about this is I think John Cena's last fight is coming up. At the time of this recording, it is December 6th. I think it's next weekend. I think it's the 12th, the 13th. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But who didn't love wrestling? I said this earlier when we were looking at Legends of Wrestling with Hulk Hogan on the cover. I wasn't a John Cena or Bautista guy. I did like Triple H, but not like that at that level, or Lesnar, or Brock Lesnar, or Chris Jericho. I think I may have said it before, but 1, 2, 3 Kid was definitely my favorite. I started falling out of it around this time. I think adulting happened, and bills and rent and all this other shit just started happening, and I kind of lost sight. I lost sight of what I liked a lot back then. Oh yeah, 06? Yeah, for sure. So I was already out of college, probably working one of my first jobs and not enjoying it. But I mean, this is pretty cool having these guys on the cover, especially Cena. So can't tell you too much. I can tell you my favorite all-time wrestling game would have to be the one on the Sega Genesis. Is that Raw? I think WWF Raw. I don't know I think that was still at a time where the controls weren't so where you didn't need a PhD to understand the controls, and it was more it was better feedback and better quality of the controls. I don't know if I'm saying really is illustrating what I'm trying to explain right now. But for WWF Raw on the Genesis, I think that was my favorite one. That's one I remember the most, put it that way. Okay, moving right along. Alright, so I had to pose that one short real quick. Let me show you, this is how cool my wife is. My wife is actually at a thrift store now with her cousin, and she just called me and she said, "You're not going to believe what I see for $50. She plugged it in, it turns on, the tray comes out. She did the full works. I don't know if you can see this. It's pretty bad, but it's basically an original Xbox with two. Let me see. With two controllers. You can see 12 minutes ago she called me. Anna is my wife's name, and it's $50, console and two controllers. She tested it. Turns on, tray comes out. If there was a TV there, I would tell her plug it into the TV also, just to make sure. But what a deal, right? Assuming everything is working out perfectly, that was pretty cool. So she just called me in the middle of recording that. So we just talked about SmackDown, and I get a call, and it's her, and it's the story I just told you guys. So how sweet is that? Next up, we have. Well, I told her to buy it, obviously. Next up, we have Wolverine's Revenge. I did a video on this when I picked it up. I picked this up from a retro game store in my neighborhood here. And, big fan of Hugh Jackman playing as Wolverine. I thought he did a phenomenal job as Wolverine. Now I feel like whoever is next in line to ever play Wolverine has got huge shoes to fill, because he did an incredible job. And, he's more like Broadway, back then. He's more like a real. I'm not trying to say like actors are fake versus real, but him playing Wolverine was phenomenal. You know, as having true actor talent. I really sound shallow saying that, and I'm probably not saying it the right way, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, the game is pretty cool. I wish it was as good as his acting, but it's fun. It's like a third-person hack and slash beat 'em up, if I remember correctly. Yeah, tells you about the story. Really cool game. Definitely, if you could find it, not so expensive, definitely worth it. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Almost done with this stack. I forgot to mention. Well, it doesn't matter. So, next up, we have a set, and there is probably some controversy with this set, and that is because it's expensive. And these are not my original. None of these are. I had the originals, and I had the original DVD that came with it, which I still don't have, which I have a question about. I'll ask you guys in a second. But that is Xenosaga Episode 1, Xenosaga Episode 2, and Xenosaga Episode 3, which for me, Xenosaga 2 is my favorite one. None of these are my original child copies. These are all ones I have picked up along the way of life, trying to rebuild. I can tell you I definitely beat all three at some point in my life. I would say not the last 5 years. Although with the Xenoblade Chronicles coming out recently, I recently jumped back into this series just to refamiliarize myself. I'm trying to get the whole lore back in my brain. Xenosaga 2 is my favorite. Now, I know it's not really traditional in terms of RPG, but the story I thought was fantastic. Yeah, great. This is honestly a great series. I don't know why 3 is so expensive. Actually, I should check. I forgot how much it was going for these days. But I picked all 3 of these at 3 different times in the last 10 years or so. Maybe even longer than the last 10 years. When did this come out? Let's take my readers off here. Do I have to really? 2006. Wow. So 2006, right? And Sandy happened in 2012. So at least between 2012 and 2025. Well, I know for sure I didn't get it this year. I would say between 2012 and 2020, I would say. At some point there, I picked these up. Not all at the same time. And that's a really wide window. I don't know why I even said that. It makes no sense. But this is this tremendous series. The third one is, for me, the third one wasn't the best. It's always like that, I guess, for some reason. Most expensive, sometimes it's not always the best. Honestly, 1 and 2 are pretty close to me. I would say 2 gets slight and edge advantage. But 1 was pretty damn good, too. But yeah, I'm missing the DVD for this. And here's my question. I realized at one point a few months ago, I didn't have the DVD. The bonus DVDs, I think it was episode 1 or something like that. And I recently went on eBay. It wasn't maybe a few days ago, and I was seeing different versions. Like, I know the one that's supposed to be with this actual Xenosaga set on the PS2, but there's some other variations of it, like the complete first season. And I was thinking to myself, damn, did they come out with an actual anime, like full season 1, season 2? I had no idea. And I went down this rabbit hole, and now I'm thinking, I don't want just the DVD, episode 1 of that DVD. I want every single set now of Xenosaga, the anime series. So, what a rabbit hole that took me down. But anyway, the Xenosaga series is incredible. It's really unfortunate that the third one is so expensive. Well, it's expensive for me anyway. And I guess really, it's actually maybe not that so unfortunate because it's really not the best. But if you're looking to figure out the whole story and put the whole conclusion to the trilogy, it's unfortunate because unless you have it emulated somehow, getting a hold of it physically to see how the story ends is challenging. What I used to do though when I was younger, or I couldn't afford, or if it's a game, like perfect example, Haunting Ground, right? The game I've always wanted. It's not. I don't own it. It's a game I've always wanted. I can't justify spending that price tag, and so sometimes if it's a game I know I'm never going to be able to own, at least outright on purpose, I will watch a Let's Play, no commentary, on YouTube. And I'll literally watch somebody else play just to enjoy the entire story. And it made me so upset because the story seemed pretty damn good, at least for the Haunting Ground, in my mind. And I watched that maybe a few years ago on YouTube, and I was like, damn, this game just looks... The story is really good, but the game looks really good too. And it's one of those games I never owned growing up. I just regret it, you know? But anyway, if you somehow can't play the third one, and you can somehow play the first two, or ask a friend, or get the first two. I don't think the first two were expensive at all. I think I paid, well, when I bought these, it was probably 20 or 30 bucks. You can always watch it on YouTube, I guess what I'm trying to say. Alright, so that's gonna go on this stack. Alright, we're almost done. We have 13. I had this game as a kid. I beat this game as a kid. I bought it, I guess, on eBay. I don't really remember anything about it other than the fact that I loved this game. And I think there's a version of this on the Switch right now, or on the PS5. I think I actually own this on the PS5. And I just don't remember. I haven't played it yet. I don't remember. I remember beating it as a kid. I just don't remember too much about it. But I remember it being awesome. I remember the art style being awesome. I think it's cel shaded. I'm trying to actually confirm that right now. Graphic novel presentation with pop-up windows, visual audio, and flashback graphics. It looks like it's cel shaded, just some of these images though. But I remember it being really cool. Was it a first-person shooter? Yeah, first-person shooter. Cool first-person shooter with a cool art style. Cel shaded is pretty sweet. Next up, we have two games here that I absolutely adore. I've got this game on... I've got every version of every type or every one of these games in the series on pretty much every single console from PS2, 3, 4, and 5. And that is, of course, the Yakuza series. These are somehow sealed. I'm sure these are probably reprinted or something. I don't remember how I got these or when I got these. But I absolutely adore the entire Yakuza series. Kiryu, I mean, even Ishin, even like the one in Hawaii that just came out recently, which I thought was bananas. Somehow I enjoyed it. I love this entire series. I think this is such a... I know it's hyped up a lot. I know everybody, you know, it's like everybody I think knows about it. I know it's in the spotlight a lot as an ongoing, very long series. But I think it's fantastic. And I love everything they're doing. I think recently they just announced Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. I think I already pre-ordered that from Video Games Plus. And excited for it. If you have never played any of the Yakuza games, do yourself a favor. They're not even that expensive on modern consoles. Definitely give them a shot. It's brawler type, beat 'em up type, with mini games. I am obsessed. I mean, obviously you see my tattoos. I'm obsessed with the Japanese culture and just general. I love everything about their history. I mean, everything about their cultures I find super fascinating. So being able to walk through Tokyo or walk through Japan through different eras in the 80s, 90s, you know, like that whole... And I know it's a video game. I know it's not picture perfect or historically accurate, but it's just enough for my imagination to go wild. And for those reasons, I love the entire Yakuza series, just to be able to, walk through Japan. So anyway, going on too long here, definitely check out Yakuza. It's amazing. On any console. You trust me, it's not bad. And that leaves us to the last two games in my collection on my shelves. I am going to show some of my collector's editions, not only my PS2 ones, so I'm trying to keep this video PS2 focused. And actually I don't know if you can't see in this video, in this camera angle. I have a closet of also a whole bunch of PS2 games, but it's mostly like maybe like 20 or 30 like common sports games, and just not enough to put on my shelf, put it that way, which is probably heretic thing to do, but that's how I do it. I have very limited shelf space, and I put the games that I really like on there. And not to say I have nothing against sports, but you played one, you played them all. And that's just how I feel about it. Okay, we have Zone of the Enders, first one and the second runner. I recently did a video about Zone of the Enders, the HD collection on the PS3, which was fantastic. It's literally these two games, just obviously in HD. And I did some YouTube shorts. I love Hideo Kojima. I'm not on my knees, that type of love. I did like Death Stranding. I think he's starting to get a little, I don't want to say out there, but sometimes when you're a genius artistic person, you lose me. But back then, during the Metal Gear Solid days, during the Zone of Ender days, these games were fantastic. I loved where this was going. I love mechs. I mean, who doesn't like mechs? Who doesn't like Japan? Who doesn't like the cyberpunk style? Who doesn't like that atmosphere? Everything about it I love. It takes literally everything I love, puts it in a game. You really can't go wrong. Fighting is awesome. I thought the story was pretty good. Did I just read that said Metal Gear Solid Sons of Liberty on here? Oh yeah, you get the little trial edition. He was so ahead of time, he would call it the trial edition. Of course he would. And then you got the second one, which I don't think I like the second one more, which is rare for me. Usually the second one in a series I like more. I guess I'm saying that because I really don't remember the second one as much as I remember the first one. The first one was an awesome story. It's about a kid getting into one of the mech suits back. Anyway, it's a really cool story. I don't want to really... If you guys haven't played it, you can get this on PS2 for barely anything these days. Actually, no, let me correct myself. I haven't checked the prices on this. These aren't my original ones from being a child. I bought these in the last 10 years. I don't know what these are going for nowadays, but I know I bought the HD collection on the PS3 for less than $20, guaranteed. And that was also awesome. I don't know if it's on PS4 or PS5. I'm sure you guys can do a quick Google search on that or ask ChatGPT. But anyway, Zone of the Enders, great games. All right, we are finished. I'm just going to show you guys real quick my little stack of collector's editions that somehow have lasted. Now, these are my original. I kept this on my bookshelf in my bedroom, so survived Sandy no problem. Let me grab those real quick, and I will be right back. All right. Funny story. I was going into pull out my collector's editions, and I found a stack. I forgot these were also on the remember I was saying I had limited space on my shelf, so I have a few quick games here. Most of these are PlayStation, they're Red Label Greatest Hits, so I think that's why I wasn't initially on the on my shelf. But there is one that somehow I randomly forgot. It was on my coffee table, and that is the Golden Compass. Don't ask me why I bought this. I never actually seen the movie, and I have no connection to this. I do see this little red sticker here, and this usually means it came from one of my local stores, retro stores. I think I maybe bought it for the same reaction I just had when I just told you the name of the game. Because it's kind of funny to own the Golden Compass. Maybe because it has Daniel Craig on it. Is that what was her name from Vanilla, from Eyes Wide Shut? I forgot this actress's name. Married to Tom Cruise, right? Anyway, you guys will let me know in the comments. Okay, so anyway, it's the Golden Compass. I have no idea why I bought it. I've never played it. I've never even watched the movie. There's probably a story with this. I don't remember. But then we've got Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec. This is, I think I mentioned this before, as like my second copy of it. I also have MX Unleashed. Got 007 Nightfire. That goes a Crash game. I knew I had a Crash game somewhere there. I loved Crash Bandicoot. I just haven't gotten a chance to get the rest. Then we've got Des the Debt's Rights 1. That's right. Oh yeah, it's got some stuff in here. There's this dog. His dog's name is Shadow. Could be coolly wrong. And then we've got Ghost Recon squad-based battlefield combat. So these are just some of the these are actually, no, sorry, these are all of my greatest hits. They don't sit on my shelf with the rest of the games I have on there because I just don't like the red. It's just literally just an OCD thing for me. It's nothing to do, no other special reason. So let's get these out of the way, and then let's just quickly go through some of my collector's editions here. These, okay, so these collector's editions, like I was saying before, these are mine from literally from 20 years ago. Like I was saying before, in my old bedroom, as a little chump, I had it on the shelf. So despite any kind of weather, like sandy or anything like that, thank God, at least damage happened only in the basement of my parents' old house. So right off the bat, we've got the Resident Evil, the Essentials. Now, obviously, this is in pretty rough shape. I played this. I've given this love, and it's cardboard. Taking it in and out, which even right now I'm afraid to take out. It's a little, like, it's literally about to rip. But let's see. Let's do it real nicely. Let's see what's going on in here. But if you would look inside, okay, don't rip anything. You'll see that these are pretty. Oh wow, did I never actually play this? Right, because I had Code Veronica on Dreamcast, so I never actually opened this one up. I mean, technically it's open, it's just, I guess the seal just melted off. But it came with Code Veronica, Outbreak, and Resident Evil 4. Obviously, like, damn, I can't even open this thing up. Obviously, these were like every kid and their mother was all about Resident Evil. Obviously, so was I. So definitely kept this in the collection. It's cool to have still, honestly. Let's put this back in without ripping this box even more. No, it's incredible, man, that I was able to at least keep this. And you can tell, I don't know if you noticed when I was taking it out of here, that like even this part and even the games themselves, they look brand new. They've been literally sitting in this sleeve for God knows how many years. 2000. It's before Sandy, so at least 10 years. And after, it's definitely like at least 20 years it's been sitting there. It's got to have been. Then we have Hitman Trilogy. I'm a huge fan of Hitman. I love all of his games. There is an anniversary edition I've been keeping an eye on Amazon. And I'll probably show it, just in case you guys weren't aware. I'll show it there. I don't normally buy video games from Amazon, but that price is just too good. I'm feeding the fire. This comes with Contracts, Silent Assassin, and Blood Money. I think Contracts is my favorite, probably everybody else's favorite also. Yeah, this game is so good. Silent Assassin was good too, though. But I used to love playing these types of games. Oh, look at this. Hitman Blood Money comes with a bonus disc. I don't even remember it coming with a bonus disc. With the sneak preview to Kane and Lynch. Man, we were living good back then. So that was that. And again, if you haven't played Hitman, I think it's on modern consoles now. Definitely would look better if on a non-CRT TV. Definitely worth checking out. I'm gonna put that over here. The stack's gonna tip over, hopefully not, but we're cool. Then we have Mortal Kombat Deception. I may have told you guys I've already pre-ordered the Legacy Collection, the Deluxe, and the Standard. Mainly for Mortal Kombat 2, like arcade quality, and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 or Mortal Kombat 3. Those are my favorite too. Definitely Mortal Kombat 2 is my favorite of all time out of the entire series. Once I started getting into 3D, I kind of started falling off of it. And then even more today, like Mortal Kombat 11 or Mortal Kombat 1, like the most recent releases. It's so far away from what I loved about the original that I just never got into it. And how the hell do you take these things out? Okay, this one slides out this way. This has Deception, which I already have. Stuck it on there. I already have. I think I may have mentioned that when I bought the other three, I think those came from a Mortal Kombat lot I did. I forget. And this one has... Wait a second. Have I just said Deception 2 times? Am I losing my mind? What? Why is it... Why am I confusing myself right now? Well, I really am so confused right now. It's crazy. Maybe you guys can help me figure out what I... This has just been so long since I've actually opened this up. Why would I have 2 Deceptions? Sub-Zero Edition? Okay, I understand that. I'm questioning reality right now, if you guys can't tell. Super confused. Well, I'm gonna have to spend some time now deciphering what I've just seen. Did I swap out one by accident? I may have swapped out one by accident. Let me see what's going on here. Exclusive Arcade Perfect. I mean, I'm all about Arcade Perfect. Playable version of MK1. 25 character video BIOS. Plus serialized collector's edition metal trading card. Where's my trading card? Oh man. That sucks. But anyway, I'm gonna have to figure this out. I am so confused right now. I feel like I did something wrong. Definitely mixed something up somewhere by accident. I'll get back to that. I won't forget. Something's confusing me there. Then we've got the Grand Theft Auto The Trilogy, which literally has... This is probably the best of the trilogy, honestly. Let's get real here. San Andreas, Vice City, and 3. This is all you need. I mean, I do love the top-down view of the bird's eye view of 1 and 2. Vice City is was 100% my favorite in the trio. Just checking to see. I think I may have even put like some cheat sheets. No cheat sheets. Vice City for me was my favorite because of the 80s. San Andreas, I think came out before Vice City, if I'm not mistaken. San Andreas kind of kept the story going for me. But honestly, if it wasn't for 3 being so completely off the wall different than previous installation, I probably would have not been into the series. Just curious, what do you for you guys watching, which one is your favorite of the 3? Maybe you guys like 4 or 5. Which I don't mind 4 or 5. I just think Vice City is perfection. But I'm a simple man. Set it upside down. It's gonna go. No, I was right the first time. You're seeing me in action right now. Part of a set, not for individual return or exchange. I never realized I said that. Okay, almost done. Then we have, this is the Persona 3 edition I was talking to you guys about before. This is the non-FES version. This came with this book almost ripped right out of the thing. This is so this is the non-FES. I forgot what FES included. Oh yeah, the CD is still in here. I was just looking for this CD. I was like, did I fall out and I lost it? But luckily I kept it cool and kept it in here. Anyway, you guys aren't here for the game. You're here for this. Let's give you a quick glimpse of what's inside. Such a cool art book. So obviously I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is amazing. And just so you guys know, this is like a little mini. I don't know if you can hear that, but this is like a little mini hard book. Look at that. Is everybody in here? Oh, that's so cool, man. Wow, I think it does have everybody. Okay, anyway, so that was that. How long has this been? 11 minutes? Okay, we're almost done. This is literally the last one for my collector's editions. All right, let me just check the shelf. PS2 stuff up there. Right? I kept everything on PS2 on a whole other shelf. Okay, last but not least, is Star Ocean. We already reviewed the game before. This is my original copy. I picked up that other Star Ocean as part of a lot. Yeah, you can see this has the manual and the extra disc. I forget if the other one I have on my shelf doesn't have the extra disc or not, but anyway, whatever. The only difference is it came in this little cool book and a DVD. Did I say little book? It came with this box and the DVD. And that's it. Thanks, guys, for watching. This has been my express version of my entire PS2 collection. If you liked what you have seen, I'm going to be making a lot more PS2 content because it's just my favorite console of all time. Bearing the Dreamcast following right behind, close second. And again, thanks for watching. If you liked this video, think about considering hitting the like button. If you really liked it and you want to see a lot more content with a weird guy like me, definitely consider hitting subscribe. It would be really cool. Let's talk about it. I'm on Instagram, I'm on the Twitters, I'm on the Reddits, I'm on everything but TikTok and Facebook. So if you want to nerd out and start talking about video games, if there's anything you guys want to see or any questions you guys have about PS2 stuff, I'm actively still adding to my PS2 collection. It's been a long, over 15-20 years of me collecting for PS2. I prioritize games I want to play first. I may not play it instantly. It may fall into my backlog, but yeah. All right. Anyways, this is Neo Stash. Hope you guys have a wonderful, happy holidays, and if I don't make another video, Happy New Year. Until then, I'll see you guys next time. Peace.